websites. You can subscribe there. But let's get started with the stock movers. Lisa Mateo, what do you have?
And where do you think we're starting? Tesla, yeah. Okay, so the shares have been up as much as 7%, leading the Mag 7 stocks. So basically, the company missed estimates, right, for both revenue and earnings. In fact, its worst quarter in years. The results also show weakness in their automotive business, tariff headwinds for its expanding energy operation. But the thing is that Elon Musk told investors basically what they wanted to hear. He said he's going to pull back from his role in Doge in May. He's going to focus more on Tesla. He said his work establishing the group is, quote, mostly done. And you've seen it, right? The protests springing up in recent months against his government work. Tesla's been struggling. They've had slumping sales, rising costs from President Trump's trade war. So Musk tried to reassure investors. A couple of things I want to point out that he said. He said, at Tesla, we've gone through many crises over the years. This is not one of those times. And he also said several times in the call that he's pushed for lower tariffs, too. So he's trying to separate himself a little bit there from the president.
Paul, let's go to this. I've been on 4,812 conference calls. This is not, you were great with Dan Ives. It's not a normal company.
No, it's not. It's really tied to Mr. Musk, and he's been great. He's a visionary. He's extraordinary.
He sold the story like nobody.
Absolutely. But now he's trying to sell a different story, which is we're not necessarily a car company, which is facing lots of headwinds, including Chinese competition. We're now a robotics company, an AI company, a robo-taxi company, trying to shift investor focus to where potential growth may be. And that's the story. If you're a bull on this stock, I think that's where you have to be.
Okay. Next.
Boeing, too. Its shares have been up as much as 5%. So first quarter results, right? Top the Wall Street's estimate, smaller than expected adjusted loss per share. It used $2.3 billion in free cash in 3 months ended March 31st. It also ramped up jet production. So when you talk about jet production, right, it's cash cow, 737 MAX jetliner. They want to raise output to 38 jets per month, and then they want to increase that to 42 units later this year. And that's going to help generate that cash that was taken away by the strikes. Remember the strikes and the manufacturing crisis and all that? So that's going to really help out.
When you were flying with the Blue Angels at WPX, if you don't know this, folks, in the Tri-State area, Lisa's iconic. She can go nowhere. She goes down aisle 4 at Costco. People go mental. Did you think you'd be talking free cash flow?
I did not. What a world.
But what's bothering me with China? Because China's addicted to Boeing. That's what they want.
Yeah, I don't know, but George Ferguson says from Bloomberg Intelligence,
what's he say?
They need to see 50 737s come off every
so
month.
more than 42. Okay,
yeah, so that's the goal for kind of early next year.
We gotta make a note in control. Wake up and then come on, wake up. We get George Ferguson out as we can. One more.
Thank you. AT&T. Okay, their shares have been up as much as 4%. Attracted new wireless subscribers than people expected. Highly competitive mobile phone market. They added 324,000 mobile phone customers the first 3 months of the year. But you remember yesterday we were talking about Verizon, right? A loss of subscribers. So you see the difference that they make. Consumers are price conscious, right? They're holding onto their phones a little bit longer.
Yeah, I see that.
So people that you've seen the promotions too, they've been heavily promoting it. AT&T had their customer guarantee. But
so which
revenue grew too. AT&T, yes.
Telephone, fine phone.
Telephone, yes, correct. They also, though, revenue grew too, and they reiterated their 2025.
And you're AT&T wireless, and I'm a Verizon wireless,
and I'm a T-Mobile,
and you're a T-Mobile.
Oh, we've got
so there's the market. That's the market. That's how competitive it is out there.
You know why in T-Mobile? I had the privilege of saying to John Legier, who invented T-Mobile, I've been more wrong about a corporate strategy than the success of T-Mobile.
Yeah, he did.
And he gave me a big hug. He wants me to wear a pink T-shirt. I know Dan Ives. That's all there is. Stock movers, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. It's a wonderful 5-minute summary. It's out on our podcast. Look for it. Sweeney in a tantrum. There's a fire in New Jersey.
With a good number of people, and that will continue in Washington. Hello. Hello. Yes.
I wanted to follow up. Yesterday, I saw you quoted at CFR as saying within Ron's program, it wasn't just enrichment, but perhaps also other technical development, such as towards an actual weaponization or device. Can you give us any more clarity on that? And then, are you at all concerned that there don't appear to be any involved with the US team at this point? And if there are any people with technical expertise, do you have confidence in them on the US side?
Well, on the first thing, it's important to repeat because I don't want to confuse anybody. Iran does not have nuclear weapons. This is very clear. We cannot confuse people. Iran has conducted in the past certain activities that were relevant, could be relevant in the process of developing nuclear weapons. This happened in the past, all right? And this was reported by the IAEA. And I think you know what the general consensus of the intelligence around the world is. It seems to confirm that. What is important, and this is the sense of the comments that I've had, is that since the issue of weaponization is under consideration in these talks, they, of course, in the first place, the United States and Iran must define as to what it is that they want to see, or they want to probe, or they want to confirm or reconfirm. And depending on that, then the IAEA might be able to help in monitoring places, sites, having access to people, talking to people. So this is one thing. And on the second, it's not for me to comment on the.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell, and we are doing a live stream on Rumble, YouTube, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. There's two types of streams. There's the larger screen without the telemetry, and then also a video with the telemetry of the market. The market in the United States will be opening up in less than 30 minutes. We are doing this live stream on April 23rd. I will also repost this on my different channels. I have 7 channels. Please subscribe to all 7 channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Again, we're live streaming on Rumble and live streaming on YouTube. And you can also see the streaming feed on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, underneath Broadcast Live. So if you have a question, please ask it in the chat box, or you can listen to the show on X Spaces and ask for the mic, and I'll give you the mic and you can give me your opinion about the news that we're covering or whatever question you may have related to the live stream. So with that said, please help support my work by making sure you subscribe. I do these videos for free, so please help support you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the ones that donate and are paid members to my Patreon channel that allow me to do these videos for free. I also have many different products on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, to help support my work and also to help support your health. I have ebooks, I have supplements, I have coursework that I develop in pulmonology and in immunology that you can learn from. So those modules, course modules, are only $50. You can learn pulmonology for $50, or you can learn immunology for $50. You get a unique password. You can log in at any time on the website with that unique password, and you can take a look at the coursework. You get lots of videos and lots of PDFs that you can download. So please help support my work by purchasing the products that I have. With that said, let's go to Bloomberg.
It imposed a 10% tariff for 4 months.
4 months.
For 4 months, but I guess the markets can't stand that. Wouldn't tolerate 4 months here, and that did lead to product shortages and to price spikes because people couldn't fill the shelves.
What's the cash conversion cycle do at Walmart? That's the heart of the matter.
That probably Walmart's not my expertise, but if I think about the conversations we're having, the focus is particularly around retailers, small businesses who just don't have the cash buffer. If you're Walmart, clearly you're really large, you're very sophisticated, you do have big cash buffers. But if you're a small business running from quarter to quarter, or month to month, how are you going to be able to pay 2.4 times
what you expected, when you may be worried about not being able to pass it on. So what we're picking up is people trying to wriggle out of their orders if they can, and at least not renew those orders. That's the conversation that finance is having, which I don't see enough in the mainstream press yet.
To the extent that the president and his team are walking back some of this tariff rhetoric, has some of the damage already been done, do you think? Are we seeing it in the system already just because of the rhetoric?
So I think this is where you distinguish between like sort of the growth shock and then kind of, let's call it, the more institutional shock. All the taboo questions which we would have asked in the past, which are now open. I think in terms of growth, it clearly has been a bit of a punch in the gut for small business, which is the heartlands of America. Yeah. Larger business are clearly ducking and diving through this. If I think about my area, thinking about finance, look, the volatility has actually been quite good for the investment banks because they've been trading.
Yep.
But the business confidence, one section, but the lack of corporate confidence is pushing deals to the right. And certainly our conversations with some firms think actually the deal pickup now is not till 2027, not till 2026.
That's the first I've heard that. Wow.
Yeah, interesting. So I guess if nothing else, we've heard this a million times before. The markets don't like uncertainty, but we're starting to see it in the survey data, whether it's the University of Michigan data or the PMIs. It's out there, right? I mean, it's not in the hard data that maybe the Fed looks like, but we certainly see it in some of the other softer data.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure, my good friend Torsten's looks great on this, trying to slice and dice this, but if you look at, ships coming into LA or elsewhere about their stocking, they're down by a third to a half. That's clearly a sign of stress coming into the system. No, look, the data will come through, but the Fed will need to be very always be data dependent, but it will be the historic data. Markets are clearly going to move way faster than that.
Jim Von Steenis with us, folks. He did Oliver Wyman can't see the importance of this for global Wall Street, even more important in 50 minutes. Scott Bessent with Tim Adams in Washington, hugely anticipated. Okay, you mentioned Torsten Slack. You're Apollo Management. You want to go out and acquire, and you get the Deutsche Bank brain power of Dr. Slack. Wonderful. The bottom line, and this is Paul's world, is I don't buy for a minute everything is wonderful in private equity. What does an adult like you do? What are the tea leaves, the litmus paper, the measurements you're looking for stresses in private equity?
It's a great question. Look, these are unbelievably entrepreneurial focused, so they're trying to sort of weave their way through this. Look, I think the first and second line is really about order books. Has the sales come down? Where there I've got highly leveraged companies trying to forensically work through that.
Oh, lost the audio here. All right, while I try to
What are
fix
you doing about that?
All right, there we go.
Actually, people trying to look at this as an opportunity and actually trying to buy in some of the credits at wider spreads than we'd seen 8 weeks ago.
There's somebody selling those spreads. Do they book a loss now?
So again, it depends. Sorry, we're talking about the private. Let's be clear. About 60% of the new inflows for the private market firms the last 2 years has been credit, and overwhelmingly, as we discussed before, that's coming from the insurers. These are steady hands. They want to deploy in size, but obviously on the equity side, there is more stress in the system.
Paul, I'll whisper. Okay. Paul. AIG. Okay, next.
So, Hugh, has Wall Street kind of, with the earnings estimates out there, has Wall Street adjusted to this new uncertainty, or do you still see downside risk to earnings estimates out there?
Look, I think let's be clear, everyone is struggling to comprehend the range of scenarios. So to give you a simple answer is just inconceivable.
It's really simple. It's really simple. Basically guidance from companies, large companies, let's say the S&P 500, they are going to start pulling back. They're not going to give that much forward guidance. And that gives the CEOs, the C-suite, operating room to be able to adjust whatever comes down with, Trump's policies in the next quarter. It's going to be volatile. Now, let me just do a little market update here. The S&P futures are showing that the market's going to be opening up on the upside here. The S&P futures, ES, that's on the watch list, that's trading at 5,441, up 127 points. So we also have the VIX trading below 30. So we're trading at 28.04. So risk is starting to go down. Another thing to look at is the USD Japanese yen. If you notice, it's trading at 141.8. Again, it almost broke 140 2 nights ago. So, you know, it's stabilized, but it's still going to, the Japanese yen is still going to strengthen relative to the USD. The USD will slowly weaken, but that's going to be a good thing because it's been elevated for 4 years above average, 10-year average. So it should weaken. But the Japanese yen, a very important key metric to look at is the break of the 140 level. BITO is trading just below 20. Last night, Bitcoin was trading like 90, was trading at 80, I think it was like 80, is it 87? Something like that. Hold on, let me take a look. No, last night was trading at 94. I'm sorry. And then right now it's trading at 93.9. So it was trading at 94. So will that sustain above the 90 level? Who knows? I suspect that as long as the equity market continues to go up and stabilize and trade above the 5,500 mark, then you probably will see Bitcoin above the 90,000 level, around the 95. Now the question is, how long will it take to break the 100? Probably a lot of effort. It's probably going to take a lot of effort. Now, again, I'm taking a look at this from the standpoint of ETF wrapper. So that's the BITO long. All right, Euro USD is trading at 1.14. The experts, you know, in the currency market are predicting that you're going to see further strengthening in the euro. So we might see a 120 in the near future, meaning like in a few months. It was almost at parity not that long ago. So it's the euro has moved a lot, but again, it's tied to the weakening of the dollar, and the dollar for the last 4 years have been strong in relative terms to a 10-year average, and that's not sustainable. So it needs to weaken. So, but with that said, let's continue on with Bloomberg.
Try and get the system to work much more effectively.
Who are the plumbers? I don't
But
understand
let's say, oh, I know, if you look at the states, there is,
Let me just state what Andrew said in the text with the live feed in YouTube. Again, we have multiple live feeds here. We have a live feed with Rumble, with YouTube, on my website, and also through X Spaces. So Andrew states that they need a weaker dollar for export leverage, but it's way too early by a huge scale. Patients require drip fed medication. So you know what's interesting is what the Federal Reserve is going to do in the near term, especially with, you know, if tariffs continue on its track, you know, with China. Will the Federal Reserve raise rates or lower rates? Now, my take on it is that forget about what the tariff war is. What is actually showing in the data in terms of unemployment and inflation? If it's above the 2% target and unemployment is below 5%, the Federal Reserve should stay or actually raise rates, not lower rates. All right. Now, Trump yesterday said, and this is the reason why the market is going to open up substantially higher, that he wasn't going to fire the Fed chair, Powell. All right. And so the markets rallied, you know, quite a bit yesterday and it went and continued on into the Asian session and into the European session. That's another part. That's another reason why Bitcoin actually is going up. Now, people try to work their way into some sort of fundamental analysis of Bitcoin. There is no fundamental analysis of Bitcoin. There isn't. But the thing is that there is a high correlation right now with Bitcoin and the equity market. So as the equity market is going up, so does Bitcoin. If the equity market starts to get hit hard by these tariff policies, Bitcoin also gets hit hard. So there's a strong correlation. Doesn't stay 100% correlated every day, day after day. There's a variability to it, but the average trend is that it's positively correlated, especially with this tariff war that's going on with Trump and China. So just keep that in mind. That that markets can move pretty rapidly just by the mouth of Trump. Trump can literally, just by saying something, can tank the market or rally the market by 3 to 5%, just by just him saying something. So it's you got to just stay the course and don't be fearful. You'll have a lot of these you'll have a lot of these institutional people talking on Bloomberg, and they're going to say, move your money out of the United States. Don't. Be bullish, buy slowly into equities. And when you do that, you will benefit big time in 6 to 12 months from now. Don't be fearful, just stay the course and everything will be fine. Okay, let's continue on with Bloomberg.
And for the poor and message of inclusion, but also criticism from conservatives who sometimes felt alienated by his progressive stance. Nearly 3 years after a gunman killed 19 students and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School, city leaders in Uvalde, Texas have approved the settlement with victims and their families. Mayor Hector Lubiano says a permanent memorial to the 22 people who were killed in the mass shooting in 2022.
We will never forget the lives we lost in this senseless act of violence, and the city is committed to honoring the memories by providing the necessary support to the families of the victims.
Mayor Lubiano says the memorial will be built in the town square. Vice President J.D. Vance said the U.S. has issued a very explicit proposal to Russia and Ukraine on the path forward to a peace deal. Vance made comments to reporters this morning during his visit to India.
Current lines, somewhere close to them, is where you're ultimately, I think, going to draw the new lines in the conflict. Now, of course, that means the Ukrainians and the Russians are both going to have to give up some of the territory they currently own. There's going to have to be some territorial swaps. So I wouldn't say the exact lines, but we want the killing to stop.
Vice President J.D. Vance, global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom Paulis.
I want to do 2 things here. Michael Barr, thanks so much. This is one of the surveillance family. I'm showing it on YouTube, on Bloomberg Radio. It is the extensive queue outside St. Peter's Square in Rome. Wow. And they're lined up, and this is one of the surveillance family members live there right now. Nice. Thank you for that image from Rome. Paul, explain the fires in New Jersey. I was transfixed by John McPhee, the Pine Barrens. He changed nonfiction writing with that book. This is not Englewood, New Jersey.
No, this is the Pine Barrens down in South Jersey. It's a national preserve, actually.
Really rural.
Yeah, it's really rural, and it's in the southern part of the state. Absolutely beautiful shore towns there. But this is the smoke, and it's a relatively rural area part of this, so there's not a lot of structures there, although there is obviously some destruction there. But the smoke has been seen as far north as Seaside. I saw some social media there, which is a couple towns away from where I am. So, but I always thought we had a wet spring. I'm like, what? This doesn't.
Yeah,
to me. So I was kind of surprised to see this, but it's the Pine Barrens.
For some reason, there's a slight issue with Bloomberg with the audio. All right, let me fix that. Now, the futures market is for the equities is going to probably pop up. over 2%, maybe 2.5% in the open, and that's going to happen in about 8 minutes. Before we go back to Bloomberg, please help support my work by purchasing the great products that I offer. And it's a win-win. You're supporting the work I do, but you're also helping to support your health. These are things that I take every day as a protocol, a health protocol, to improve my health, to improve the different systems of my body, and to slow down the aging process. And when you do that, you're going to improve your immune system, and you're going to weather much better into your geriatric years. So pay attention, all right? I'm in my 50s. I don't look 50, all right? I'm older than Alex Jones, a lot more fitter than Alex Jones. He doesn't look too healthy, does he? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and follow this protocol that I do, all right? Throughout this whole transmission, I'm going to be talking about how to stack this stuff affordably so you improve your health, all right? It's a holistic approach. Taking C60 every day is going to soak up free radicals. And when you soak up free radicals, you're slowing down that stress in the cell and slowing down the aging process. And you get lots of benefits from doing that. Now, you can get this in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. It has to be in an oil. C60 has to be in an oil because it's lipid soluble so you can absorb it. All right? If someone's trying to push C60 instead of powder form, you're taking it the wrong way. It has to be in a lipid. All right? Now take it in, take a teaspoon a day, every day. All right? Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. It's going to soak up the free radicals that you generate during your workout, and you will recover quicker. You'll notice your recovery time after your workout is much quicker. So that soreness that you have after that workout is actually going to be diminished, and your body will heal quicker. All right. Now, taking it every day, you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It's cheaper per ounce if you get the higher ounce configuration. Take it every day, and what it's going to do is it's going to soak up those free radicals. How does it work? C60 is a molecule of 60 carbons. And when you have carbons next to carbons in a molecular structure, it creates strength, but it also creates a unique electron field. Now, in this molecule, it's the shape of like a soccer ball. The technical term is a fullerene or a buckyball. All right? And this fullerene of C60 has electrons floating around its surface. And it can soak up and neutralize free radicals at a much higher rate compared to vitamin C or other types of antioxidants like resveratrol. Vitamin C can only neutralize one free radical, while C60, one molecule of C60 can neutralize hundreds, if not 1,000 free radicals. That's the reason why it's so potent. All right? It's extremely important to take every day. There's nothing out there that is more potent in terms of neutralizing free radicals as C60. All right? Some people would say, well, I'll just take more vitamin C. You can't take enough vitamin C to get, you would have to take 1,000 times more vitamin C than you're normally taking to get anywhere close to C60, and your body won't absorb it. Your body can't absorb. Once you reach a certain level of vitamin C, you can't absorb more vitamin C. A lot of people don't understand that. That's why you have to take vitamin C multiple times throughout the day to be able to get more concentration in your body. But once you reach a certain concentration of vitamin C, you can't absorb anymore. So the point here is this. Take C60, it's very potent, and it's going to soak up free radicals. When you soak up free radicals in your cell, what will happen is the stress of the cell will go down, and the cell will perform better because there's less stress. and the mitochondria in the cell are going to perform better, producing more ATP. That means you're going to have more energy. When you have more energy and there's less stress in the cell will perform better. And when your cells, on average, perform better in the tissues, then your tissues perform better. When your tissues perform better, over time, your organ systems will perform better, and your immune system and your endocrine system, including your neurons. Your neurons will perform better. Why? Because your neurons get stressed, especially when you get older, and it develops more free radicals. And when you develop more free radicals, then you start having neurological decline, and you start having problems with protein folding. And everyone's talking about protein folding, misfolding, and blah, blah, blah. All right? Well, to stop that, you need to stop inflammation, and you need to stop the free radicals. Well, you stop inflammation by taking some of the other supplements that I'll be telling you about. But you can stop the free radical buildup in a neuron by taking C60. Now, when you do that, you're soaking up those free radicals and you're reducing the stress on the neuron, and the mitochondria in the neurons, the health of the mitochondria in the neuron starts to go up. You need lots of mitochondria and neurons, lots. And then what will happen is you'll have the energy levels to build the neurotransmitters to actually fire from those neurons. And so your neural connections will improve. Your thinking will improve. Your memory will improve. You will sleep better by bringing down the free radical load and improving your mitochondrial health of your neuron. So not only are you helping with other cells in your body, like your liver or your heart or your kidney or your spleen or your gut, your skin, your basal layer of your skin, your bones, but also your endocrine system, your glands, your neurons. All right? Really important. So when you take a look at someone that doesn't do an anti-aging protocol, what you'll notice with those people that don't do it is that over time, when they move into their geriatric years, or even before their geriatric years, before they reach 65, you will start to notice that they start to decline in energy. For guys, they start to have problems with testosterone levels. With females, they start having hormonal change. And what will happen is that your body starts to lose energy. The health of the mitochondria starts to go down. Free radicals start to build up. Your immune system starts to go down. And what happens is eventually your endocrine system isn't performing as well. But when you target these elements of aging, building up of free radicals, declining of the health of the mitochondria, increasing, when you get older, you actually start to increase in inflammation. When you bring that down, that inflammation, you soak up those free radicals, you improve that mitochondrial health, you're slowing down the aging process. Now, there are these periods of time in your life that you go through a major methylation of your DNA. All right? Your epigenomics changes over time. When you were a child, your epigenomics was a certain way. The methylation and the acetylation of your DNA was a certain way. It's called youthful gene expression, all right, for the layman. But when you get older, over time, there is a methylation change, and it shuts off certain genes. And therefore, it's harder for you to build muscle. You start to develop problems with repairing your DNA and all these things that happen when you get older. But if you do an anti-aging protocol, especially at key moments in your life that do these major shifts in methylation, you're actually slowing the aging process because you aren't having the same amount of methylation that's shifting. Now, some key points to keep in mind is that there are compound benefits by doing an anti-aging protocol. So if you're improving your ATP levels, if you're improving your mitochondria, if you're soaking up free radicals, you're improving a lot of your systems, and you couple that with a bunch of other stuff, that I will be telling you, and you will be slowing down the aging process and healing your body. Now, a lot of people also don't realize that if you're chronically sick, your immune system's down. High cortisol levels, if you're chronically stressed, you have high cortisol levels. High cortisol levels elevated chronically is immunosuppressive. So if you're stressed because of the news, if you're stressed because of what's going on at work or in the finances, and you don't do things to bring down those cortisol levels, which I will tell you how to do, you will age faster. People that are stressed, they look older, especially if it's chronic. So there's ways to slow this down. So pay attention to me. I know what I'm talking about on this. All right. So let's get back to C60. C60, you get in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It soaks up free radicals, boosts up the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more ATP. And by reducing the stress in the cell and the tissues, you're going to perform better with your organ systems. And not just your organ systems, you're going to be performing better with the glands and your endocrine system. And when that happens, your body moves more into homeostasis. And when you have less stress and more energy, then what happens is your body heals. But if you're chronically sick, you're chronically trying to fight sickness. And you're chronically remodeling the damage that the sickness caused. So the whole point is to mitigate that. So your body can heal instead of be fighting. All right? So take my advice. Get the C60. It's a very potent antioxidant, and it's part of the core protocol. It's the second pillar of a 4-pillar core protocol. Soak up those free radicals. The first pillar is max 35 or max 14 to bring down that load on your body that may cause problems with your immune system, right? So you want to boost up your immune system. So by taking max 35 and max 14, it's going to boost up your immune system, right? And mitigate some of the things that causes your immune system to have problems, all right? Now, C60, again, very potent antioxidant. It's going to bring down that stress level and boost up those ATP levels. Bring down inflammation, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. That's going to boost up your immune system. And not only that, help with your cardiovascular. And Boomer Boost, which is the last pillar of the core, which will boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. So when you do that, you're actually increasing your vitality into your geriatric years. All right? Now, you can pay attention to me or not pay attention to me. I don't really care. But the point here is that it's what I do, and it works. All right? So just follow my lead. You may not be able to afford everything that I do, but I tell you how to stack these in such a way that it's affordable, and you will see big benefits in your health. Just follow my lead, and you'll be okay. All right? So please go to my store, get the C60, take it every day, take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. C60 is lipid soluble. You have to take it in an oil form. There is no other way. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. When's Bloomer coming back? Let's go to JD Vance on the tarmac.
Stop the killing is for the armies to both put down their weapons, to freeze this thing, and to get on with the business of actually building a better Russia and a better Ukraine. We're certainly invested in that effort. We hope the Russians and the Ukrainians will meet us halfway. Thank you, guys. See ya.
And that was a bit earlier this morning as we were hearing from the vice president as he was leaving after this 4-day visit to India. We did hear him say that he and the Prime Minister Modi made progress on trade talks during their discussions on Monday and confirmed that both sides have finalized the terms of reference for the trade negotiation. And right now I'm sharing with you a media stakeout outside of the White House right now. So if we do see anyone from the administration step up to the podium, we will bring those remarks to you here. You also did hear Vice President J.D. Vance mention Pope Francis and the funeral. And we do know that President Trump, as well as First Lady Melania Trump, will be attending that funeral.
All right, so market opened up 7 minutes ago. And if you look at the telemetry for the ones that are watching on my website or on YouTube, you can see the S&P 500 is trading at 5,450. And VIX is trading at 27.65. The Euro USD is trading at 1.13. So actually, dollar is strengthening right now in relative terms, but not by much. Oil is trading at 63.75. BITO is trading at 20.54. So Bitcoin is trading higher. And if you look at that spike, notice that as the markets are moving upward, you actually see a strengthening of the dollar and a weakening of the Japanese yen. And remember what I said, a break of 140, below 140 is stress in the international markets. So things are starting to stabilize based on what Trump said yesterday. Now, anything could change. Like I said, Trump could just do a, press announcement and tank the market by 5%. So who knows? It's going to be a wild ride. But in terms of technical analysis, if you take a look at what I've been saying for months here, all right, there's a fib sequence that you need to pay attention to for support levels for the S&P 500. One fib sequence retracement is showing support at the 5,150 level. All right, if you notice when the market was selling off 2 days ago, it was around that level. Trump makes the announcement, it bounces up. Actually, what happened, there's one other news item that happened before Trump's announcement, and that was Bessent's comment about China and tariffs. So that 5,150 level has support there, all right, bounced up. Now, we also have a support level of 4,810. So if the 5,150 breaks with bad news, let's just say in a week or whatever, all right, and it breaks, there is a support level at 4,810, a very strong support level, all right? So I'm not worried. It's time to buy. It's time to buy. Now, there's going to be volatility, and the volatility is still, trading at 28. That's a little elevated, a lot better than 50 that we had recently. But once you start getting into the 18s, 18, 17, 16 level, it's going to be a steady climb upward, slowly, but a steady climb upward. And if we do get into the teens in the VIX, you will probably see a higher S&P 500 record S&P 500 by the year end. All right, that's what I suspect is going to happen. So just buy into the market slowly. Don't bet the farm, but just there will be volatility, but it's going to be volatility in an upward direction, not volatility in a downward direction. Just stay the course. Don't bet against the United States. You will lose big time if you do. It's that simple. Now, so psychologically, there's going to be a very important support level, psychologically, not structurally, but psychologically at the 5,500 level. So we're going to have, we're about 50 points away from that. We might be able to break that today. We'll see. And that will be psychologically beneficial, especially for institutional investors and algorithmic traders, because there's a rule that if you have a nice round number, especially 2 zeros in the number on the right side of the price, and in this case it would be 5,500, that there's depending on which direction the market is going, if it's moving upward and you break that, then you want to buy. All right, there's like a psychological barrier. All right, but if it breaks, then it's going to be very positive psychologically. Structurally, it's not that. The 5,150 is much more important structurally. But just pay attention to see if the market actually breaks the 5,500 mark today. It could. We'll see, but it depends on what Trump says. Okay, with that, let me pivot to Bloomberg again.
Airmen, Marine, confidence in the leadership to see that is not a good thing. But I do think we are still in good hands. The chain of command is strong. That's why they have it that way in the military, and we can certainly man all the important positions that we have throughout the world.
Well, Paul, why don't we get some tariff news in here around Mick Mulroy and this important talk of defense? I'm shocked. The tariffs are coming down.
Yeah. Wall Street Journal reporting here, Tom. China tariffs likely coming down to between 50% and 65%. Wall Street Journal also reporting that President Trump has not made the final decision on China tariff cuts. But again, the Wall Street Journal reporting that U.S. considers cutting China tariffs to de-escalate trade war.
A theme with Scott Bessent here in 15 minutes with Tim Adams, I would guess. Mick Mulroy, then, if it hasn't filtered down.
Okay, so that's all right. Here's a perfect example. Here's a perfect example where markets can continue going upward. U.S. considers cutting China tariffs to de-escalate trade war. Wall Street Journal. See what I mean? So we're gonna have. It's gonna be a bumpy ride depending on what comes out of the White House here.
Of what we call it the offset of our adversaries. And I think the military is adjusting to that. So I don't want to give people the false, my opinion, the false impression that somehow the military itself is in disarray. I do think it's important to have a solid chain of command, and the Secretary of Defense, of course, is in that chain of command. So there needs to be a lot of changes at the top, certainly the way we handle classified information. But I think it's important for Americans to understand that the military is fully capable of defending the United States.
My take with Hegseth is it's a nothing burger, but he should have never communicated what was going on to his wife. I don't know if there is some reason to communicate it to his lawyer, maybe not, I don't know. But his wife, she did not need to know whatsoever. So he's a little loosey-goosey in terms of, sharing information. And I think that's because of his time in journalism. I think it's because it's all about leaks. It's all about, getting the news first and having connections. And he needs to forget about his time at Fox News and, just focus on get the job done. Kill the enemy. That's all he needs to do. Kill the enemy. It's really simple. Kill the enemy. No drama, just kill the enemy.
What's super sensitive, in addition to that, using the wrong platform, at least reportedly, people that were in this chat did not have all of the necessary security requirements and a need to know. Well, essentially, that you can just look at who's listed. They had no reason to know this. So this would be something that if you were a private, a seaman, an airman, you would likely be removed immediately and investigated under the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
We have breaking news. I beg, please, Mick Mulroy, come back with us again. We need a much longer conversation next time. Mr. Mulroy is with the Lobo Institute, and we thank him for being with us today.
Here's another issue with his logic. A seaman, an airman, doesn't classify information. All right? The Secretary of Defense does. He has authority to classify information, just like the president has authority to classify information. So you can't use these really simple examples and comparisons to think that you would do the same thing, because there isn't a comparison. Now, he just needs to Hegseth just needs to use some common sense. Stay out of the negative news cycle. Kill the enemy. It's really simple.
High in stake for 3 days of public viewing before his funeral Saturday. Heads of state are expected to attend the funeral in St. Peter's Square. Father James Martin talked about what Cardinals are looking for in the successor Francis.
They're looking for someone overall who's holy, who's a good organizer, and is a good proclaimer of the gospel. And those three things are, sometimes hard to kind of get together.
Pope Francis died Monday after suffering a stroke at age 88. The second murder trial of Karen Reed, whose case has sparked a national debate on police accountability, began with prosecutors and defense lawyers presenting theories during their opening statements about how her Boston police officer boyfriend ended up dead. Reed is accused of striking John O'Keefe with her SUV in 2022 and leaving him to die alone in the snow outside of a house party in Canton, a town about 20 miles south of Boston. A mistrial was declared last year. Vice President J.D. Vance said concessions are needed for a deal to end the war in Ukraine. Vance made comments to reporters this morning during his visit to India.
We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process.
Vance says both Ukraine and Russia would have to give up some territory each side currently controls.
For the ones that are watching,
Court,
for the ones that are watching the telemetry of the market, pay attention to that USD Japanese yen. The Japanese yen is weakening here, so it's moving upward. So 142. Remember what I said? 140, breaking 140 below is a major stress indicator in the financial markets globally. So as that number goes up, the stress is coming out of the system. And you're also seeing that there's a strength, so you're seeing a strengthening of the dollar relative to the Japanese yen, but you're also seeing a strengthening of the dollar relative to the euro.
We couldn't pronounce the name of the album. No one knew what Abraxas was. The moment you heard him, it was absolutely original. This is 1970.
He has his own sound, and that was Black Magic Woman, by the way, what he played. But you can hear it. Everything he plays is.
All right. So Bob mentioned in the chat about the art of the deal and creating these, goalposts. All right, of dealing. I'm paraphrasing what Bob said. But the thing is that in negotiations, I remember in one of my management classes a long time ago, I had a labor relations class, all right? And it was how management deals with labor unions. And we had to go through these simulations of contracts, contract negotiations and stuff. So what was interesting is that when you do these negotiations, you owe both sides create a super inflated number. Let's say the union wants, a lot more health care and a lot more wage increase, and the negotiating corporate side will, have a deal presented that is way below, their, the increase in wages or fringe benefits or whatever. So let's say the unions wanted a 50% increase, and the corporate would say, we'll only give you a 5% increase. And what will happen is that they create a goal that is called goalposts. So you create these goalposts, and then what happens is that you slowly move by negotiating. That's why there's so many things on the table to negotiate, and you chip away at it, and eventually you reach some sort of equilibrium between the two sides. A lot of times what happens is the union boss will basically, the negotiator will basically say, well, we'll just strike, and they strike, and they put some pressure on corporate, but they're also, by striking, hurts their union too. There's threshold points on both sides, and eventually you reach a deal. And so what Bob's saying is that ask for many times what you want, knowing your bottom line, say 75% less is the actual number. What DJT, Donald J. Trump, would be happy with. So but the point here is that you have these goalposts, and then eventually you negotiate down. So it is definitely a strategy. Trump, I think, learned a lot with negotiating, especially doing building construction in the United States, especially in New York, and dealing with unions. And having lots of that experience leads to, and also funding these operations. If you notice, he's like a sales guy too. He's a really good negotiator, but he also knows how to sell. And that's exactly what you're doing when you're creating these 50, 60-story buildings in New York, because you got to get lots of funding, either through banks and investors. And then you also, have to negotiate materials, and then you have to negotiate with contractors, and most of them are unioned. So that experience that he has from high-rise construction in Manhattan translates right into what he's doing with the tariff stuff that's going on with China. So I agree with Bob here. Okay, Bloomberg is coming back soon here. Before we transition back to Bloomberg, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics that I have. I have it in veggie cap form and in powdered form. I prefer to take the powdered form because I take lots of different powders. I take the collagen powder, the Gladiator, the Boomer Boost, the lignans. So it's just easier for me to take during my lunch. But it's up to you. Take the powder version or the veggie cap version. Take it every day to improve your gut biome. By improving your gut biome, you're going to improve your immune system. You're also improving that mucosal lining, so you're protecting the lining of your gut. You're improving your absorption of your nutrients. You're improving your metabolism, because that better communication between your gut and your liver. A lot of people don't realize that you're absorbing and it's going straight to your liver. All right. So another thing that you need to pay attention to is the communication between your gut and your brain. With a better gut biome, you're going to have better sleep, less irritability, and research coming out of Europe shows that a better gut biome actually improves your cognition and reduces the chances of early onset of dementia. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get healthy, start with your gut, really important. You'll also notice that your hair, your nails, and your skin improve when you have a good gut biome. Another thing that you need to do on top of taking a good probiotic is to make sure you drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods. These processed foods, especially the ones that are GMO, what happens is that it disrupts your mucosal lining in your gut, and it affects the gut biome and causes problems. All right. You want to stay away from that. Right. You want to stay away from the processed foods, stay away from the GMO, and make sure you drink filtered water and take a good probiotic every day. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics that I offer. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last.
Seems the point of your question is, it's not just about bloat at a company that's struggling financially. It's about culture. And you're absolutely right that Intel has fallen behind at a technology level. And what we understand from sources is the rationale for this layoff is to basically get rid of the middle managers, don't need them, get better people in, need them, and get them back on track fighting in the products that matter today.
Hey, let's switch gears a little bit, Ed, to Tesla.
I don't know. If Bob and Andrew are still listening through YouTube feed, what's your take on Intel? Do you think Intel's just going to die out as a company and be irrelevant? And NVIDIA and some of the in-house manufacturing of chips will take over, like what Apple's doing with their own chip manufacturing? Or do you think that Intel will actually be relevant again? My take is that I think that Intel is probably not going to reach its status back, as a major player in chips in the near future. I think that they're past their peak. It's almost like an IBM kind of thing that happened back in the 90s.
The market needs to know.
Exactly. So, I mean, still, the fundamentals suggest the EV business seems to be changing. It seems to be a business for China these days. I mean, they're putting out quality product at a lower price point. And if you're Elon Musk and Tesla, that's still a tough order.
Right. It's why earnings statements, the printed documents, still matter, whatever happens on the call. And in that graph about China, they acknowledge that the competition in China is incredibly fierce, but they feel they have a good cost structure. In other words, the strategy right now seems to be like keep prices low to fight while politics is hard.
I got a minute, Ed. That's all we got.
Yeah.
I mean, I talked to Caroline Hyde, and she said, Ed's under stress. Just keep it short. So, Ed, it's simple. You know more about hands-free auto driving than anyone I know. What's the when in the Ed Ludlow nerd world? When is John Tucker going to drive his Chevy hands-free?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is, again, part of the intrinsic Tesla story. It doesn't really matter what people like me think, or the hardcore Elon fans on Twitter talking about their ownership. It's about broader society and accepting that. And again, on the call, we kind of got the same kind of timelines from Tesla that we already knew. They plan to launch a service in June for a robotaxi that will come and pick you up, kind of like Waymo does now. But again, nothing like material. Like, you tell me that you have data or evidence that the everyday person on any city in America is flocking to use the technology. I love it, but it doesn't matter what I love. It's about the everyday American.
And I had a cab driver on Lexington Avenue yesterday that didn't know where Park Avenue was. Ed Ludlow, thank you so much with Bloomberg Technology. Always brilliant. Sweeney said...
All right, they're doing another break. Let me see if that's the 10 o'clock switch. All right, so they're doing right now. There's a break here. So let me just plug another product before we go to Al Jazeera, or you know what? I think what I'm gonna do is all right, 2 hours ago, Times Radio started talking about Putin out in the cold. Trump can bring the Russian leader to his knees. So let's see what Times Radio has to say here.
Actually make money?
Putin is out in the cold. Putin is a pariah. Putin is an indicted war criminal. And Trump can bring him in, has already begun to talk to him. Trump can cut that off. Yes, I think it's possible for Trump to exert that leverage.
I mean, the news overnight that we'll be reporting this morning is that Rubio and Witkoff won't be at this summit meeting today. People read various things into that. How much should we read into their non-attendance, do you think?
So I think not too much. The schedules certainly for Secretary Rubio are made out days, weeks sometimes in advance. He's got to be places that are expecting him to be there on time. I don't make very much of the fact that he won't be there. And Witkoff has not met with Ukrainians, so I think that's actually a missed opportunity. He should talk to the Ukrainians, hear their side of this whole story. But I wouldn't read too much into the early departure.
And I guess the point, it feeds into a narrative, certainly over here, William, that America is getting close to washing its hands of Ukraine. Trump said it might take a pass if a deal isn't done. This notion that this is not as important to America as it is to the Europeans for obvious geographical reasons. And this is just another tiny point in the general direction of travel, which is from the Trump administration away from peace in Ukraine.
Actually, I think they're still focused on it. As you've reported, President Trump, candidate Trump, made this top priority in the campaign. Said 24 hours. Of course, it wasn't going to be done in 24 hours. But since he's been in office, he has spent, and his people have spent, a whole lot of time on this. This business about possibly moving on, I think that's a pressure tactic, negotiating tactic. I'm sure it reflects some frustration that things aren't moving, and it seems to have had an effect. It seems to have had an effect on Putin. Putin, when he heard this, offered a 30-hour ceasefire. Putin doesn't want him to walk away. Putin is wanting to string Trump along. So I think from both sides, it has had an effect of putting some pressure on Putin to come to the table. That's what's necessary.
But isn't the danger that Putin, exactly your point, that it's not real pressure because Putin's not really responding? He mentioned a 30-hour ceasefire, which he then didn't abide by. And the danger, I suppose, is that, as you say, Putin is playing Trump.
That's the danger. That's the danger. And so what Trump needs to do is use the leverage that he's got. Trump needs to indicate to Putin that there are costs to dragging this out. The costs could be, which Trump has said before, that is additional economic sanctions. Trump has talked about if Putin doesn't come to the table, Trump has said he'll put sanctions on India.
All right, Secretary Bessent is speaking in Washington about the IMF. So this speech that he's doing is probably going to move the markets a little bit.
Yeah, for buying Russian oil. Or Trump has said that if Putin doesn't come to the table, he will provide weapons to the Ukrainians like they haven't seen before. All to say that there are leverages, there are ways to put pressure on Putin to get him to come to the table seriously. The Ukrainians have been there. The Ukrainians have agreed on a 30-day ceasefire, air, land, and sea. When Zelensky and Trump agreed with that, and Trump took it to Putin, and Putin said no. So Putin is clearly the problem, and so this could be a pressure point on Putin.
And honestly, William, hand on your heart, do you believe? Because this is the billion-dollar question. Do you believe Trump is willing and able to take Putin on in this way? Because the fear expressed by many people closely observing this is that Trump he has a relationship with Putin. He doesn't really, he might even have some sort of coercion from Putin. He's not really willing, when it comes right down to it, to take Putin on. Do you think he is?
I think we will see, Steve. I think we will see. If Putin continues to stall, and if Trump does want to have this success, if Trump wants to be a winner, if he doesn't want to be outplayed, outnegotiated by Putin, then he will put the pressure on. Yes, he does want these, is indicated before that he wants to have this relationship, but that's a source of leverage as well. Putin needs that more. I think Putin needs that kind of recognition and relationship with Trump more than Trump needs Putin. Putin is out in the cold. Putin is a pariah. Putin is an indicted war criminal. And Trump can bring him in, has already begun to talk to him. Trump can cut that off. Yes, I think it's possible for Trump to exert that leverage.
There's a plan doing the rounds that's been reported in this country, which I think comes from the US, which is effectively more or less a freezing of the battlefield position. The Ukrainians would have to concede almost all the land taken by Russia in the last couple of years. They'd have to concede Crimea. And then there's this question of probably no formal US security. So that's a very settlement tilted in favor of Russia. Is that the sort of deal you think that is going to end up being on the table that America is willing to live with, which is almost, you stay where you are, you actually get rewarded through invasion to a certain extent, Russia, and we try and freeze things. That's the almost best case scenario on the table for Ukraine.
No, I don't think so. I think, first of all, I think Ukraine will not accept that. They've been able to say no. They've said no to the minerals deal, and they renegotiated. And number two, President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people are one on this. They will never recognize Russian claim to Crimea. They will not recognize it. It may be that the United States will recognize it. I hope they don't. I hope we don't. I think that would be a mistake. But nonetheless, that has been reported as a possibility that the Americans would recognize it. My bet is the Europeans would not recognize Russia's claim to Crimea. And you talk about security guarantee. There is impressive discussion plans, even actions that are being taken by the Brits and by the French and others to come up with a security guarantee with a force, a reassurance force that would deploy into Ukraine.
But William, Starmer, our Prime Minister, said that still needs a US backstop, which doesn't seem to be forthcoming. Putin says he wouldn't accept that in any condition. Are we not always coming back to the same point that all of these things, the idea of recognizing Crimea or not recognizing Crimea, no one is ever going to agree on all of these things. So the big danger here is that the positions of the US, Russia, Ukraine, and Europe are just completely atomized. They're never going to come close together.
Well, I don't think we can say that yet. I don't think we can say that yet. Yeah, there are problems. But there are also problems that don't have to be solved. That is, we don't care if the Russians don't like this reassurance force. They don't get a say in this reassurance force. When the Brits and the French and others are talking about reassurance, they're not talking to the Russians. They're talking to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians get the decision to invite another country or group of countries, this coalition, to come into their country. So the Russians don't get a say on that. Yeah, they may not agree to the overall ceasefire, but they don't get a say as to whether or not the Europeans come in to support the Russians. And it's not incompatible for the Ukrainians not to legally recognize the Russian claim in Crimea, and the Americans to recognize it. That's, that people can live with that. That's not necessarily a deal breaker.
It's interesting. You're a wise man to talk us through all of this. We do appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
All righty. That's Times Radio. Let's go to Bloomberg here. See their take on what Bessent is talking about at IIF.
And it's creating this tension, right? You've seen a lot of the protests that are going on. They've sprung up in recent months against his government work. And Tesla have been struggling, right? Slumping sales, rising costs from the trade war.
Right,
but he tried to reassure.
I'm going to go to Live Now, Fox Live Now, to get that keynote speech.
In response to President Trump's tariff announcement, more than 100 countries have approached us, wanting to help rebalance global trade. These countries have responded openly and positively to the president's actions to create a more balanced international system. We are engaged in meaningful discussions and look forward to talking with others. China in particular is in need of a rebalancing. Recent data shows the Chinese economy tilting even further away from consumption toward manufacturing. China's economic system, with growth driven by manufacturing exports, will continue to create even more serious imbalances with its trading partners if the status quo is allowed to continue. China's current economic model is built on exporting its way out of its economic troubles. It's an unsustainable model that is not only harming China, but the entire world. China needs to change. The country knows it needs to change. Everyone knows it needs to change, and we want to help it change because we need rebalancing too. China can start by moving its economy away from export overcapacity and towards supporting its own consumers and domestic demand. Such a shift would help with global rebalancing that the world desperately needs. Of course, trade is not the only factor in broader global economic imbalances. The persistent over-reliance on the United States for demand is resulting in an ever more unbalanced global economy. Some countries' policies encourage excess savings, which holds back private sector-led growth. Others keep wages artificially depressed, which also suppresses growth. These practices contribute to global dependence on U.S. demand to spur growth. They also lead to a global economy.
What's interesting to point out is the VIX index is going down as Bessent is speaking.
Several sources of stagnation, and he has outlined several recommendations to get the European economy back on the right track. European countries would do well to take his recommendations to heart. Europe has already taken some long overdue initial steps that I applaud. These steps create a new source of global demand and also involve Europe stepping up on the security front. I believe global economic relationships should come to reflect security partnerships. Security partners are more likely to have compatible economies structured for mutually beneficial trade. If the United States continues offering security guarantees and open markets, then our allies must step up with stronger commitments to shared defense. The initial actions from Europe on increased fiscal and defense spending are proof that the Trump administration's policies are indeed working. The Trump administration and the U.S. Treasury are committed to maintaining and expanding U.S. economic leadership in the world. This is especially true at the international financial institutions. The IMF and World Bank serve critical roles in the international system, and the Trump administration is eager to work with them so long as they can stay true to their missions. And under the status quo, they are falling short. The Bretton Woods institutions must step back from their sprawling and unfocused agendas, which have stifled their ability to deliver on their core mandates. Going forward, the Trump administration will leverage U.S. leadership and influence at these institutions and push them to accomplish their very important mandates. The United States will also demand that the management and staffs of these institutions be accountable for demonstrating real progress. I invite all of you to join us in working to refocus these institutions on their core missions. It is in our collective interest to do so. The IMF. First, we must make the IMF again. The IMF's mission is to promote international monetary cooperation, facilitate the balanced growth of international trade, encourage economic growth, and discourage harmful policies like competitive exchange rate appreciation. These are crucially important functions to support the U.S. and global economies. Instead, the IMF has suffered from mission creep. The IMF was once unwavering in its mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. These issues are not the IMF's mission. And the IMF's focus in these areas is crowding out its work on critical macroeconomic issues. The IMF must be a brutal truth teller and not just to some members. Today, the IMF has been whistling past the graveyard. Its 2024 external sector report was entitled Imbalances Receding. This Pollyannish outlook is symptomatic of an institution more dedicated to preserving the status quo than answering the hard questions. Here in the United States, we know we need to get our fiscal house in order. The last administration ran up the largest peacetime deficit in our nation's history. The current administration is committed to fixing this. We are open to critique, but we will not abide the IMF failing to critique the countries that most need it, principally surplus countries. In line with its core mandate, the IMF needs to call out countries like China that have pursued globally distorted policies and opaque currency practices for many decades. I also expect the IMF to call out unsustainable lending practices by certain creditor countries. The IMF to push more proactively official bilateral lenders to come to the table early to work with borrower countries to minimize periods of debt distress. The IMF must refocus its lending on addressing balance of payment problems, and its lending should be temporary. When done responsibly, IMF lending is at the very core of its contribution to the global economy. When markets fail, the IMF steps
It's very interesting in how he starts talking about the IMF mission and the VIX index starts to go up. It bottomed out at 27.26 and now it's trading at 27.93.
IMF's most important contributions to a strong, sustainable, and balanced global economy. Argentina is a fitting example. I was in Argentina earlier this month to demonstrate the United States support for the IMF efforts to help the country reset financially. Argentina deserves the IMF support because the country is making real progress toward meeting financial benchmarks, but not every country is so deserving.
And we are just listening in there to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent as he is touting President Trump's administration's economic policies.
Let's switch over to Bloomberg here to get their analysis.
You think you might get maybe at least some concrete policy one way or the other?
Yeah, I mean, so we're in this 90-day reprieve right now. So I think everyone is kind of waiting to see what happens in this time. We're seeing some news of negotiations trickle out, the comments again about China, I think kind of help give people a little bit of indication of where things might be going. But it is still very much a wait and see mode of what happens with all of these different countries and where the rates really end up. I think most people expect there to be some sort of tariff, whether it's this 10% across the board or slightly higher rates for some trade partners. So that's kind of unknown right now, but I think that otherwise it's very much uncertain right now and very much kind of everyone looking to the White House to see where this ultimately lands.
To Paul's point, that the U.S. is probably suffering a lot of reputational damage with this back and forth. Trust has been faded. What are your international investors or sources telling you? Are they trying to move away from the U.S. when it comes to investing, or are they waiting on the sidelines? What is the sense you're getting?
Yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of that, right? We've seen that in the asset moves for sure, with folks moving out of treasuries, out of the dollar, out of U.S. stocks, kind of all at the same time. So that's definitely an indication of a little bit less appetite for U.S. assets. But I don't think you're seeing it too widespread yet. And I think we're still in a place where some of that could be reversed, just depending on what happens. But yeah, I think this has really kind of jolted this global order that we were all accustomed to, again, over the past many decades. And we're seeing a bit of a shift right now. How widespread and how long lasting that shift is, I think really depends on how these tariff policies ultimately play out.
All right, Katerina, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Katerina Saraiva, she is a Federal Reserve reporter for Bloomberg News. She's down in Houston, Texas, and she is a graduate of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Despite that,
Let me do a product plug here before we switch back over to the news conference here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack that I'm going to be talking about. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. That's important because by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing stress. And if you soak up free radicals even in your bloodstream, you're reducing oxidized LDL, and therefore you're reducing the chance of plaque formation. So it's really important to soak up those free radicals and bring down that stress level. So turmeric is going to help with bringing down pro-inflammatory cytokines. So by bringing down pro-inflammatory cytokines, you're reducing plaque formation and you're boosting up your immune system at the same time. Because chronic levels of pro-inflammatory cytokines, chronic stress, will lead to immunosuppression. You don't want that. So take turmeric. It's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Ashwagandha root also helps. How? It helps to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. When you're controlling your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels, you're reducing that inflammation. You're reducing the stress and that inflammatory response. By reducing that at the cellular level, you're going to help with your tissues. And at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. It stacks really well together to boost up your immune system and to help with cardiovascular health. Now, another great way to improve your cardiovascular health is to take this dual purpose multivitamin, or supplement, I should say, and that's the olive leaf extract. This supplement will help to bring down inflammation, so that's good for your cardiovascular and good for your immune system, and it also helps with your lipid profile. By lowering LDL and increasing your HDL levels, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. Because remember what I said, less free radicals, less plaque buildup, less inflammation, less plaque buildup, less LDL, less plaque buildup. So this stacks really well. You're bringing down inflammation, you're soaking up free radicals, you're bringing down LDL levels, you're increasing your HDL levels, you're boosting up your immune system and helping with your cardiovascular health. So take this stack, ashwagandha root, turmeric, and olive leaf extract together to get the max benefits. You can take them separately, but you get the max benefits when you do this together. So please go to my store and get this stack. Now, if you use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, you get $5 off. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video and all my videos.
We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Right now, let's head to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent participating in Q&A with Institute of International Finance President and CEO Tim Adams. Let's listen in right now.
Institutional guy in the World Bank. I must say there's a collective sigh of relief across this town right now, because the concern coming into this week is that you were going to do exactly what you said you're not going to do, which is the U.S. would withdraw. But you want to lead. What you're asking for is simply getting back to factory settings, right? Focused approach, and deal with the issues that you see are most paramount. Correct?
Correct. As I said in my confirmation hearing, I think U.S. engagement with the international financial multilateral institutions, we should engage, and we should be in it to win it for the American people and for the rest of the countries and for the client countries.
20 years ago, a senior U.S. Treasury official gave a speech very similar to this, calling on the IMF and said the IMF was asleep at the wheel and dealing with imbalances. Hank Paulson started a strategic economic dialogue with the Chinese. Every Treasury Secretary since then have had an approach. So how will you do this differently, and how do you think that you'll proceed in this approach? What is your philosophy? What is your tools, and how will you execute on this?
Well, look, I think that our move toward reordering the financial or trading system is a start. I think that today, as I reaffirm our engagement that set up a list of core principles and back to basics for the institutions, and again, being from the private sector, we want to see results, and we want to see timelines that, as you and I were talking about backstage, global rebalancing has been a topic for more than 20 years. And it's some countries may have a 100-year perspective. We don't.
Right. China obviously is an important part of this administration's foreign and economic policy. You'll be meeting with your Chinese counterparts. What will you tell them in the sense of how they obviously are aware that there's huge imbalances in manufacturing capacities, enormous, especially on things like automobiles. How will you help them understand that it's not just about talking, it's about executing?
Well, Well, I don't think I have to help them understand. I think they understand very well. And it's just a matter of impetus and will. I believe I first went to Japan in 1990, 91, within 12 months of the peak of the bubble. A decade of that unwind, a decade of malaise, and then in 2012, I ran across 2011. He was running for prime minister named Shinzo Abe, and he knew that Japan needed change and implemented it very quickly. 10 years later, more than 10 years later, Japan has had a remarkable economic run, and I think that our Chinese counterparts that will come to this realization, and some of our policies, sometimes it takes an external push. Alternatively, what I have said previously, there is an opportunity for a big deal here, that the U.S. is looking to rebalance to more manufacturing. The identity of that would be less consumption. If China is serious on less dependence on export-led manufacturing growth and a rebalancing toward a domestic economy, I think they use the term dual circulation. Well, right now it's really singular circulation. And if they want to rebalance, let's do it together. This is an incredible opportunity. And I think if Bridgewater founder Ray Dalio were to write something, he could call it a beautiful rebalancing.
Indeed. But a big part of it will also be our own fiscal imbalance. As you mentioned, we're running deficit 6% of GDP at the top of the cycle. Not sustainable, as you yourself have pointed out. How important is it to also address our fiscal imbalance as part of this larger rebalancing?
Well, it's very important that I think most people in this room are trained economists, and everyone knows that a trade deficit emanates from three things. External trade policies, which we are intent on addressing, and the external trade policies can be tariffs, non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, and the state subsidy of labor and means of production. So terms of trade or trade regulation is one. Two is our budget deficit. So the larger our deficit, the more it creates a demand suck, also pushes up the interest rates. And then three, the level of the dollar. The U.S., we continue to have a strong dollar policy, and the dollar will adjust based on markets. Everyone asks me, well, what does a strong dollar mean? And to me, the strong dollar means having the policies in place to deserve capital flows and have confidence. But it doesn't mean that the price on the Bloomberg screen every day. And it also has different meanings in terms of bilateral prices. So it's really three-pronged. But to your question, I have talked about we did not get here quickly with the spending. The U.S. does not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And I have suggested when I first met President Trump to talk about joining his campaign 2 years ago that we need to get back to a long-term sustainable budget deficit of something with the 3 in front of it, which works. We have 2% nominal growth or 2% inflation, projected 1.8% growth, which I think could be much higher if we implement our economic policies.
And you reaffirmed the strong dollar policy first articulated by Bob Rubin. Valerie Giscard is saying in the 1960s, talked about U.S. exorbitant privilege of the dollar. There's some in this town who question that privilege and actually see it as a burden. Do you see it as a privilege?
That the U.S. sits at the center of the global economy. Is enabled by the use of dollars, and that it's natural that the usage would come down over time. And I think that the U.S. will always, for my lifetime, be the reserve currency. I actually am not sure that anyone else wants it. I can't remember, one of the European officials said today, maybe it was Mr. de Guindos, I can't remember, said, oh, well, the euro could become a second reserve currency. Well, we just had a substantial appreciation in the euro. For export economies, it's a lot of pressure. And look, I think that the reaffirming our belief in these international institutions is also part of that.
You mentioned the euro. You mentioned in your comments Mario Draghi's report from last year. There was a letter report before that. I've been spending a lot of time in Europe. There does seem to be a much more buoyant atmosphere in Europe. They see this as an opportunity for them. I said something about a possible renaissance. I was heckled a bit, but I actually am pretty positive on Europe. Do you think this is an opportunity to shift some of that demand? The world is reliant on U.S. final demand to shift some of that demand for Europe. Is this a positive time for Europe?
Look, I think it can be, and it wasn't in a straight line. It wasn't always the way a trained diplomat would have done, but I think we should all congratulate President Trump. He has done what a succession of European leaders has tried to do for the past 26 years, since the advent of the euro. That whether it's the French, the Italians, other European countries have tried to get Germany to increase their fiscal spend and drive the European economy. And that I applaud these nascent efforts, because it's a combination. It's a combination of economic stimulus, and it is a combination of burden sharing on the European continent for defense. And as I've said many times before, economic security is national security is economic security. So if this European plan works, then I applaud it. I had a private meeting with the Spanish finance minister last week, 2 weeks ago, and he said, you're going to be pleasantly surprised with where we go on military spending, and that this 2% number today, he was right.
So you're already taking on these tasks. You have China, more consumption, less investment, deal with their manufacturing excess capacity. Europe's an great opportunity. The U.S. rebalancing here, including on fiscal. So what do you want the IMF to do? What would you like to hear from Kristalina over the next couple of days, or the board, in the new direction, again, back to factory settings direction? What do you want to hear from them?
Well, again, I think it's just been mission creep, and just occasionally you have to trim your garden when the weeds grow. And I think that it's back to basics. What are our priorities, and how are we going to judge success?
In the World Bank, you discussed about graduating the medium-sized countries that should have graduated some time ago. That changes the commercial model of the World Bank, but obviously you think that's important. They need to be graduated.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just, as President Trump said, it's common sense that you can't have the second largest economy in the world, and it's as I said in my speech, I applaud their rapid growth, but you don't get both. I have a teenager who sometimes wants to be treated like a child, sometimes wants to be treated like an adult, and
I got one of those too.
Yeah, and it's an adult economy.
You mentioned energy, specifically nuclear, during the campaign, and since you've become secretary, you talked about energy production is one of your important legs. The U.S. produces about 13 million barrels of oil a day, the largest producer in the world. What more do we need to do here, and how can the World Bank, what do they need to do more to encourage fossil fuels as well as nuclear, and I assume all the above?
Yeah, Well, the sine qua non for economic growth is energy abundance. And we need to drive the right combination of the crawl, walk, run for these countries in terms of sustainable production. But by sustainable, I mean robust and base load, not some what I would call almost a luxury belief that we have in the West. Like they are worried about pumping water. They are worried about heating their homes, running their hospitals, and we've seen that the intermittency doesn't work. Even in middle developed countries, maybe like South Africa, that seems to have rolling blackouts. So that's not a model. We want to have a model of strong baseload and then bolting on the alternative production, as opposed to beginning with alternative production and then having this latency or intermittency that makes it impossible to industrialize.
In the final minute or two, let me just turn to financial intermediation. There's a famous adage that capitalism without capital is just another ism. The institutions you see here are important intermediaries, both in the capital markets and in other forms of financial intermediation. What is your vision, especially for the U.S., in terms of financial regulation? What do you want the industry to look like? Obviously, the capital markets, the U.S. is the crown jewel of this economy. How should we encourage that not only here, but abroad?
Well, I think that I've been getting a lot of questions on private credit, and I think that private credit is an interesting addition to the U.S. mosaic, and it is the depth and breadth of our capital and credit markets that powers the U.S. economy, and it's the innovation there. I think that private credit's a very new and interesting part, but it is happening outside of the regulated ecosystem. Right. And I always like to say, I'm not an economist, I'm an economic historian, and I think that is a distortion of the system, and it tells me that the post-2008 regulatory corset is too tight on the regulated institutions, and we want to deregulate them or make them more able to provide the opportunity to lend to the American economy and perhaps into the international economy in a smart, safe, and sound way. As we've seen the history of financial crises.
As Bessent is talking, there's a little bit of a sell-off in Bitcoin.
He had a regulatory overreaction. I convened something in the U.S. called FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which convenes the regulators. And I think through partnership with the three U.S. banking regulators of Federal Reserve, Controller of the Currency, and the FDIC, we can come up with a system that makes the regulated financial system prosper again. And what the U.S. has that is different than most other G7 countries is just the number of financial institutions. We don't have 5 big banks, 3 big banks. And in the U.S., the community and small banks, which are provide 70% of agricultural lending, right? 40% of small business lending, 40% of real estate lending. And in the U.S., we've had this incredible boom on Wall Street. I think Wall Street can continue doing well. But I think it's Main Street's turn to share in the prosperity. And I think it was the pullback by the small banks, the post the GFC, that's kind of created this stagnation on Main Street. And we're determined to fix that.
Mr. Rector, I always say Treasury is the sober voice of reason. What we've heard today from you is a sober voice of reason. We wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Treasury Secretary.
Thank you. All right, that was U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent participating in a Q&A session with the Institute of international finance, the president there and CEO Tim Adams had a conversation about the economy, about trade policy, and we want to, get a sense of kind of where we go from here. Let's bring in our next guest, Stuart Paul, U.S. economist with Bloomberg Economics. Stuart, it seems like Secretary Bessent and even the president in his most recent tweets and social media posts, I guess seemingly pulling back from some of the most,
All right, and because he's talking about a strong dollar, that's probably the reason why Bitcoin sold off a little bit. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the multivitamin. This is an easy to digest multivitamin, really important to take every day. Take a look at the label here. You can also look at the label more closely on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This multivitamin is going to give you the multivitamins that you need as cofactors for enzymatic activity, for proper cellular activity. Really important. It's very important to take a good multivitamin and a good probiotic as a foundation to get healthy. So please go to my store and take this multivitamin every day. And you can also couple it with additional vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C helps with your skin, but also your immune system. It soaks up free radicals. And magnesium helps with your brain function. There's not enough people taking magnesium, it's been found, and it's important to supplement. Now, there's 3 ways to supplement magnesium from my store. Taking the vitamin C with magnesium, taking the Boomer Boost, and taking the magnesium and zinc supplement that I have. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin C, help with your skin, your immune system, and your brain function. And also get the multivitamin as a great base to build off of for proper enzymatic activity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Stack the multivitamin and the vitamin C and magnesium together and build off of that. And when you do, you'll get healthy, you'll slow down the aging process and have more vitality. We'll continue on showing how to stack these. And by doing this on a regular basis, you're going to slow down that aging process and boost up that energy level. Really important. And then it's holistic. You want to exercise, proper diet, proper exercising, learning new things, some spirituality or mindfulness. These, in a holistic way, will help improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 to get $5 off. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
For 2025, the contour of growth is going to be determined in large part by what segments of GDP are driving quarter-to-quarter dynamics. So we know that in the first quarter we should see slow growth because we've front-loaded our imports of inputs to production ahead of tariff implementation. Then when uncertainty really hits, uncertainty really hits in Q2 and into Q3, we should see slower fixed investment growth that should hollow out GDP growth in the middle of the year, but probably not enough to offset the rebound that we'll get in net exports in the middle of the year. So the contour of GDP and the dynamics of the different components of GDP are probably going to be enough to just keep modest positive growth throughout the year.
President Trump said that the U.S. was doing just fine, quote unquote, with Beijing and did not anticipate a quote hardball negotiation. What was your team's reaction? Did you anticipate that?
It's going to be a hard ball. I mean, the president can say whatever he wants, but the reality is that the metals, let's say, that we need for just base metals, inputs to production, raw materials for building buildings, for the electric grid, for battery production, they come from China. China needs a lot of food from us. They're going to try to replace U.S. food with, let's say, food from Brazil. So this is just a massive geopolitical upset that's going on right now. You do have to play hardball. You do have to manage your trading partners. You have to prohibit, let's say, geopolitical and economic promiscuity between trading partners who stand between the U.S. and China. And so it is going to be a hardball for a while. Trump likes to say that he holds all the cards, to use a different analogy, but it doesn't entirely seem to be the case. Yes, China does need food imports from the U.S., and they've shown they're not going to retaliate one for one because they've only imposed, low double-digit tariffs on U.S. corn, for example. But it is going to have the opportunity to source food elsewhere, and so over the long run, it's going to be a difficult negotiation.
All right, we will stay on top of it. Of course, Stuart Paul, U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Still green on the screen. Let's get a reset here of Bloomberg Business Flash. John Tucker.
Yeah, and it is risk on, Paul. Investors taking comfort from comments by President Trump that U.S. tariffs on imports coming from China will likely come down substantially, his word. He also backed off the threats to fire the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. Right now, we have 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They are higher. That's being led higher by consumer discretionary, and that is home to Tesla. The results from their earnings, nothing to write home about, but what investors are focused on is the fact that Elon Musk is going to return to run the company as he diminishes his role at Doge. Tesla shares right now, they are up 8.2%. Keep in mind, since its peak back in December, the share is still down 46%. S&P 500, 174 points higher. That's up 3.3%, 54.61. Still though in correction territory, down over 11% from its peak earlier this year. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 1,086 points. The Nasdaq 100 up 723 points. That is up about 0.4%. Meantime, Henry Allen at Deutsche Bank says investors should not give up on the U.S.
Even if this chronic uncertainty persists, I think after about 6 to 9 months, we will just start to get used to it as a fact of life. And I think although some of the American exceptionalism trade was perhaps over-egged at the end of last year, it's worth bearing in mind there's still, a lot of bullish fundamentals if we look to that kind of medium to longer term 5 to 10 year view behind America.
New home sales advancing for the month of March, even as the overall economic outlook dimmed. We saw a 7.4% increase in sales of single-family homes. And finally, more layoffs. Saks Global, they operate Saks Fifth Avenue and Neiman Marcus, laying off hundreds of workers this week, part of the effort to consolidate operations as those two retailers come together. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker at your Bloomberg Business Flash. Isabella Paul.
Hi, John Tucker. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Isabel Lee sitting in for Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up, we're going to check in with Craig Trudell, Bloomberg Global Autos editor, to recap those Tesla earnings. And again, just looking at the numbers, they missed on revenue, missed on earnings, missed on production. But that doesn't really matter because the big takeaway was Elon Musk saying he's going to devote more attention to the automaker. The stock of Tesla today up 7.9% on that news. So he told the market what it wanted to hear. We'll talk with Craig Trudell coming up. This is Bloomberg.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this supplement that's really important to take every day. All right. It's a high density protein called gladiator barley or heirloom barley. All right. Now you can take them separately or you can take it with Boomer Boost. I'll talk about that later. But this is a high density protein. This is a barley that you cannot get at a health food store. All right. This is a heirloom barley that has the nutrients that barley used to have. But unfortunately, the barley that you get at a grocery store is stripped away from its real nutrients. There's a big scooper in here. Take a scooper or half a scooper a day. Mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt or applesauce. You can mix it with filtered water, make a smoothie, all right? And this will help with your strength. It'll soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. It'll bring down inflammation. That's good for your cardiovascular health. That's good for your immune system and for you to recover from a workout. So take this every day. Now, what's the difference between the gladiator barley and the heirloom barley? Well, the heirloom barley is more focused on the detoxification, soaking up the free radicals with superoxide dismutase and bringing down inflammation. all right, but not focused on strength. You take it the same way, a full scooper or half a scooper a day. This is about a month's supply if it's a full scoop a day. And you take it with soft foods, filtered water, smoothie, however you want to take it. Some people even mix it with milk. With the Gladiator barley, you get all the benefits of the heirloom barley, but you get the strength benefits. This stacks really well with Myotrol. Myotrol helps with gene expression, all right? And by taking Myotrol, all right, you're gonna help your body express the genes that will help to build up the muscle and to maintain the muscle and help with your mitochondrial health. And by taking the Gladiator barley and doing resistance training, you have the building blocks to build the muscle. So Gladiator barley stacks really well with Boomer Boost and Myotrol when you're working out, all right? You don't have to do that, but you get the max benefits when you do. You can just take Gladiator barley by itself and just do resistance training. You're gonna get strength gains, for sure. And you're reducing inflammation, soaking up free radicals, and detoxifying your body. So you're getting healthy with this high density protein, all right? This is your meal, all right? So you're gonna lose weight. So you take it for breakfast or for lunch, all right? But it's better if you're gonna use it as a meal to mix it with the Boomer Boost. Now I'll talk about that later, but please go to my store, get the Gladiator barley, gain strength, bring down inflammation, detoxify your body, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. And with heirloom barley, you get the same benefits, except it's not focused on the strength gains. So please go to my store, get the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, take it every day, and get healthy. It's a great way, it's a cheap way to target a lot of these different systems and to get healthy, gain strength, help with your cardiovascular, help with your immune system, and to target just that slowing down of that aging process, all right? So with that said, let's go back to Bloomberg. I think they're talking about Elon Musk here.
Time, I think you can find people who can say that, that won't necessarily fix all that ails the company. And you do have to wonder when he was saying in the same breath last night that, he'll still, 1 or 2 days a week, advise for the administration just how much he's really going to step back here. I would be surprised to see him. He's not much of a sort of backseat driver. He likes to be in control.
And Tesla sales started to really slow even before Musk threw his weight around politics, and they also withdrew guidance for the year ahead. What are you going to look at now that he's back and we're getting more Elon Musk?
Yeah, I think, the first thing that comes to mind for me is given all of the challenges they're having with growing sales, around this time last year is when we saw the company make these really dramatic, changes to headcount and restructure in this really aggressive way. I think Tesla cut quite a lot of employees last year, and do we see Musk, in his words, come back and be hardcore and sort of throw his weight around? Because I think that the challenge that we're going to find this company have until and unless they follow through on these promises for more affordable vehicles in the offing, and also I think vehicles that sort of are differentiated from just what they already have. They're going to have trouble continuing to grow, and so there's I think real concern about if they're just offering a decontented version of the Model Y and or the Model 3, is that really going to be enough to sort of move the needle and sort of tide them over until they make some headway on other efforts that are sort of going to take them more time, like say autonomous driving or robots?
So just with the core auto business, I know Mr. Musk would like people to look to other parts of his company, but the core auto business, one could argue it's never been a tougher time to compete for them. I just think it just feels like China, BYD specifically, he's kind of taken over the global EV market. What's the competitive landscape for Tesla these days?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You know, the Chinese market is incredibly competitive. We're seeing, you know, just this week, you know, fresh indication of just how tough the sledding is there at the Shanghai Auto Show, where, you know, Xiaomi is turning lots of heads. You know, it's sort of the Apple car that Apple decided they couldn't pull off making their SU7 that really has done well there. You know, BYD continues to just go from sort of strength to strength and really dominate in that market. And Tesla hasn't really had answers. You know, they play in sort of higher priced, you know, brackets. It's not that they are, you know, falling apart there, but in terms of, you know, being able to sort of hang on to the position that they have, it's becoming more difficult when you have, you know, a fairly stale lineup and your competitors are sort of peppering the market with fresh product and innovating in a way that we used to, you know, kind of find Tesla was able to. The Chinese industry has really sort of taken up the mantle in this regard.
Can you talk to us more about how much of the tariff discussion was in the call, which took longer than usual? We have Musk saying it's pretty expensive to bring in things from China right now, and that he'll continue to advocate for lower tariffs. We know that this has hurt his business, which does a lot of production and manufacturing in China.
Yeah, it was a long call. It was a late night for those of us tuning in from London. So, you know, it was. I was a little bit surprised, I would say, to hear Musk, you know, be as frank as he was about tariffs. He's of course a very frank person, but he has tended to be very careful about, you know, how and when he speaks about having any daylight between him and President Trump. But he was very, you know, sort of honest and open about this idea that he does not think that, you know, tariffs are the best approach to prosperity, as he put it. And, you know, while Tesla is somewhat insulated in that they make the vehicles they sell in the U.S., you know, in the U.S., and they have a plant in Shanghai that is massive and you know, a huge source of their exports for places other than the U.S. The company is still affected, and particularly on the side of their energy business, which has been a bright spot. Right. The fact that they import battery cells from China for that business is, you know, there's a big concern there.
Craig, excellent reporting. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Craig Trudell, Global Autos Editor for Bloomberg News, joining us from London on Tesla. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel.
All right, so while they're on commercial break, let me just explain how Gladiator barley and heirloom barley could be used with the Boomer Boost. Now, with Boomer Boost, you can take it separately, but it works much better when you stack it with the barleys, all right? Either Gladiator or heirloom barley. With Boomer Boost, what you get is 68 nutrients. You can see the actual compound profile here on the screen. If you want to take a look at the label, take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You get everything you need to have those steady energy levels and many nutrients to slow down the aging process, all right, and to boost up your other bodily systems. So it targets several different systems, but let's talk about some of them. Cardiovascular. This targets the heart health and your vascular health. It targets strength gains, so it's going to target your musculature. It also targets your brain function. There's compounds in here that actually improve memory. You're going to have more clarity. You're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to think faster. And when you have better neuroplasticity and you have more energy throughout the day, and you are just healthier in your brain, down that inflammation from just a poor lifestyle, you'll be able to actually sleep better. All right. A lot of people don't realize that. If you're reducing your stress levels, if you're reducing that inflammation, your body will want to go into those 3 cycles of REM sleep, which is really important for consolidating memory, detoxifying your central nervous system, and to be well rested. So this is going to target your brain function, and it's going to rev up your metabolism and you're going to have a lot more energy, but it's a steady burn of energy. It's not like an energy drink where you get a spike of energy and then you crash. It's not like that. This is a steady burn of energy because what's happening is it's revving up your metabolism. As you get older, your metabolism goes down. Your energy levels go down. The health of your mitochondria goes down. Your immune system goes down. Your free radical creation, the creation of more free radicals increases. Your neuroplasticity starts to recede. You start to think slower. Your memory consolidation goes down when you get older. All right? But you can mitigate this. You can slow down this process. And in some cases, reverse. And when you do that, what will happen is you'll have more energy. You'll have healthier mitochondria. You'll have less free radical buildup. You'll be able to think more clearly. You'll have positive neuroplasticity, not negative neuroplasticity. You'll have more musculature because you're moving around. You're not atrophying. So please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. You will notice a difference within 72 hours from taking this. All right? Now, there's a big scooper in here. So you take 1 scoop a day, full scoop a day, mix it with soft foods like hummus, yogurt, applesauce, something like that. And then you can also mix it with filtered water, milk. Some people make a smoothie, but you take it every day. And this is your lunch or your breakfast. All right? You don't worry, you're going to have all the energy you need. All right? You will save money because I'm sure the cost of your breakfast or your lunch over a month is more expensive than paying for a month's supply of Boomer Boost. All right? Now, you'll notice that you'll be losing weight healthy. It's a healthy weight loss. Slow, steady, healthy weight loss with revving up your metabolism. And you're going to have a steady burn of energy, so you're not going to be like, oh, I'm out of energy while you're losing weight. That's not going to happen, all right? This will allow you to lose weight safely and consistently. And when you couple this with a holistic approach, proper diet and exercise, filter your water, stay away from processed foods and GMOs, do the 4 modalities of exercise, weight training, cardio, stretching, and balancing exercises, mindfulness or spirituality to calm your central nervous system down. You want to stay out of sympathetic and go into parasympathetic and learn new things, talk to people, read, write, activate those neurons. When you do this in a holistic way and you take the right nutrition, the right supplementation, you are going to get healthy and you're going to slow down the aging process, right? This is something that I take every day. Now, what I want you to do is to take a full scoop of this and take that holistic approach that I just mentioned. Now, you get the max benefits of this when you mix it with the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley, all right? Now, if you want more strength gains, then take the Gladiator barley Boomer Boost mix. Now, you get the max benefit by taking the Boomer Boost, the Gladiator, and the Myotrol, which I'll be talking about. But the Myotrol is right here, and that helps with gene expression for building muscle. But the point here is that you get a huge benefit when you mix the Boomer Boost and the barley together. Do some weight training if you want to gain strength. Use the Gladiator. If you're not concerned about that, then take the heirloom barley with the Boomer Boost. All right, take the heirloom barley and take it with the Boomer Boost. If you're not concerned about the strength gains, but you should be, because when you get older, you atrophy and you need to build muscle. When you take this every day, what will happen is that you're going to be gaining strength. You're going to be detoxifying your body. You're helping your cardiovascular health. You're helping your immune system. You're helping with your brain function. You're soaking up free radicals. You're detoxifying your body, right? You get a lot of benefits from this. And the cost of a month's supply, and you take this for your breakfast or for your lunch, taking this is cheaper than what you're paying for breakfast or lunch, right? And you're going to lose weight, and you're going to gain muscle, and you're going to be targeting all these different systems to actually slow down the aging process. And you're going to have a steady level of energy throughout the day. You're going to sleep better, and you're just going to have more vitality. And you're going to notice the difference in 72 hours. All right? You're going to notice, like, well, wait a minute, something's happening with your body. And what's happening is your body is rebooting. It's detoxifying and rebooting. And the more compound effect by taking this over a long period of time, you're going to start seeing the slowing down of age. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley. All right? I'm the most comprehensive one to show you how to stack all these things that I have on my store to slow down the aging process, and it's what I do. All right? I'm in my 50s. Do I look 50? No. Alex Jones is younger than me. Alex Jones looks a lot older than me. All right? Whose protocol is better? All right? Trust me on this. I know what I'm talking about. So take this every day and get healthy. You're going to notice the difference within 72 hours. And if you stick with it, you're going to slow down the aging process. You're going to have steady energy levels, and you're going to have a good BMI. All right? You're going to have that lean muscle, and you're going to lose weight, and you're going to keep it off. It's not a yo-yo diet. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley, and if you follow this, you will also control your A1C levels. That means you're controlling your blood glucose levels. That's really important. Why? The two biggest chronic problems in the United States in terms of health, diabetes and heart disease. And I just gave you a way to mitigate it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get healthy. It's within your grasp. This is not that expensive to get healthy. All right? If you don't follow this and you get into your geriatric years or even before your geriatric years, and you need to be you need to plug into pharmacopoeia, guess what? You're going to be spending a lot more money, and it's going to affect your body because of the side effects. You don't want to go down that road, trust me. Stick on the path of a holistic approach, proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation, proper sleep, mindfulness, learn new things, and you're going to get healthy. All right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the barley and the Boomer Boost. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. And guess what? If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We can solve this health crisis in the United States by following what I just said. If more people just did what I just said, we would save billions of dollars in healthcare costs in the United States.
They have quality problems. That's why they stopped delivering. You're just not going to generate cash. They've really been trying to, keep the supply chain, I would say, warm by buying components from the supply chain, and that's why they've seen inventories balloon to like $87 billion. I got to check and see what it was on today's balance sheet, but last balance sheet, $87 billion. So, I mean, a lot of the turnaround is build those airplanes with existing inventory, means the cash generation for the airplanes they build and deliver ought to be higher than historically. Use that money to pay down debt, keep the balance sheet, or heal the balance sheet. That's the recovery plan.
George, I know from talking to you and reading your research, the cash story hinges in large part on getting those 737s out the door. Talk to us about where production is today and where do you think it's going to go in the future?
Yeah, so they said that they were, the factory was building at low 30s number of aircraft per month. We've kind of been tracking it. I think we saw high 20s, so probably Kelly's got maybe just a more current number on that. I think that they'll get up to the 38 limit. This is all on the 737 that the FAA has put in place for them this year and go past that. I think they'll get an FAA approval for that, and probably at the back half of the year, we're kind of looking for them to be 40-ish. And so again, that, you know, the more you use the factory, the more overhead gets absorbed over a larger number of airplanes, the more profitable you are, the more cash you're going to generate. Part of that story.
Can you talk to us a bit more about how much the tariff headwind will affect the company's top line or bottom line, especially with this really heated tit for tat, it seems, with China?
Well, so again, China has really become much less of an issue for Boeing. The Chinese have placed 16 orders this decade for airplanes. There's some 400 orders on the Boeing books still. That's of a backlog that's 6,000 large. Kelly Ortberg was just talking on the call that, you know, he's prepared to, he was planning on delivering 40 to 50 into China this year, so not a lot of airplanes. That would be mostly 737s, and that's out of an expected build of maybe 400 737s or so this year, so you can already see the size isn't that large. And he's ready to go out and he's going to talk to the customers, see what they want to do, and he's ready to go out and remarket those airplanes. I think we've already seen Air India raise their hand, say, hey, we take some airplanes, and there's other folks around the world that just haven't got the deliveries they wanted. They're ready to take airplanes too. So on the top line, I just don't see China impacting things that much. The bottom line, again, Boeing said 80% of their supplier base is U.S. based. A lot of the other stuff is Canada and Mexico, which are under the agreement between those countries that allows things to flow without a tariff. And then there's cases where when airplanes are being sold overseas, they can call this tariff back.
Excellent, George. We got to go to some breaking news. George Ferguson covering the airlines and aerospace companies. Let's head down Washington, D.C. President Trump making some comments to reporters. Let's listen in.
So that's very good. Every country wants to partake, even countries that have ripped us off for many, many years. China is an example, but it's not just China. European Union, they ripped us off for many, many years, and those days are over. We're going to make a lot of money for our people. We'll be able to lower taxes substantially, and we're going to be proud of ourselves. They're not going to be a laughing stock got taken advantage of by virtually every country in the world. We're putting up a beautiful, almost 100-foot tall American flag on this side and another one on the other side, 2 flags, top of the line. And they've needed flagpoles for 200 years. It was something I've often said, you know, they don't have a flagpole per se. So we're putting one right where you saw us, and we're putting another one on the other side on top of the mounds. It's going to be 2 beautiful poles. Paid for by Trump. They arrive in about a week or so. We are going to have a fair deal with China. It's going to be fair. Are you talking to them actively now? Actively. Everything's active. Everybody wants to be a part of what we're doing. They know that they can't get away with it any longer, but they're still going to do fine. And we're going to have a country that you can be proud of, not a laughing stock all over the world for many years. You know, in 1913, they traded to the income tax system. We used to be all tariff, and we had no income tax, and we had the wealthiest country we ever had proportionately. From about 1870 to 1913, it was all tariffs, and we had more money than anybody. They had committees how to spend the money. They had so much money they didn't know how to spend. Then some brilliant person said, let's go income tax. Let's let the people pay. Now, we're going to be able to substantially lower taxes when this is finished. It looks good. Yeah, no, it looks good. It looks good. We were losing anywhere from $3 to $5 billion a day. Think of it. We're losing billions of dollars a day under Biden and other presidents, frankly. But under Biden, it got really worse. China got out of control. We're losing $1 trillion a year. Trillion, not a billion, not a million, $1 trillion. And now we're going to be making money with everyone, and everyone's going to be happy. But we're no longer going to be the country that's ripped off by every country in the world. Thank you very much.
All right, that was President Trump in Washington, D.C., speaking with reporters about the upcoming the tariff situation, the economic plan that he and his administration are pushing forward. Talking talking about making the U.S. government a fairer trading partner with our partners around the world, and that's kind of the goal of this administration. So the market certainly kind of likes what they're hearing in terms of maybe more tempered tariff policy here from this administration. We've got the S&P up 2.75%, the NASDAQ up 3%. So we've got the markets moving higher today. I'm looking at the yields here. The 10-year Treasury yields coming in by 7 basis points. So now we're at 4.32%. We did get down to as low as 4.25%. So movement as well in the Treasury market. The Bloomberg Dollar Index higher today, snapping kind of would have been a weak couple of months here for the U.S. dollar. Bitcoin, 93,300. It did go up to 94,600. So definitely a risk-on view to the market. Coming up, we're going to check in with Shelby McFadden, investment analyst at the Motley Fool Asset Management, to get her thoughts on the markets.
Let me plug another great stack that helps with your cardiovascular and your bone health. Let's start with the bone health. Taking K2, MK7 molecule, and the D3, stack them together, take calcium, either through drinking milk or taking a supplement, and doing resistance training is going to help you build denser bone. And also do these vibration exercises by doing calf lifts, all right? And you lift up your body off your toes, use your toes, and then there's two things that you're doing there. You're strengthening your calf, which also helps return venous flow back to your heart. But it's also creating a vibration when you go back down onto the ground. Use a hard floor, and make sure your shoes are off. And your heel, when you're going down, will create this vibration up through your leg. You do 50 of these each day, every day. And that vibration in your leg and into your hip and up through your vertebrae, it's going to create a signal to help deposit more bone matrix. Really important. So do resistance training, lifting weights, taking K2, taking D3, and making sure that you bring in calcium, either drinking milk or taking a calcium supplement, and doing that vibration exercise every day, and you're going to help build bone density. It's really important to do that for males and females, especially females that are postmenopausal. Now, another thing that you need to make sure that you have in your protocol is taking in magnesium, because magnesium does increase the efficacy of D3. Now, again, you can take magnesium from my store through the Boomer Boost, through vitamin C and magnesium, or the magnesium and zinc. So do that on a regular basis, and you're going to help build bone density. Really important for overall health, especially when you get into your geriatric years. Now, K2 and D3 also help to reduce calcium depositing around plaque formation in your vascular system. So if you want to reduce new calcium depositing, and over time slowly pull out some of that calcium around plaque formation, take the D3 and the K2. I also have a longevity cardiovascular box that you can take a look at that has lots of different supplements that actually help with cardiovascular health, and over time slowly pull and slowly reduce that plaque formation. So take a look at the longevity cardiovascular box. But taking K2 and D3 together helps with your bone health and your cardiovascular health. Now, also take nattokinase. Nattokinase helps a couple different ways. It's fibrinolytic, so it's going to help break up clots. When you have plaque formation, you're creating turbulent flow in your bloodstream. When you're creating turbulent flow, what happens is that clots can form. But you need to break up those clots right away, or you may have problems. All right, so you may have pulmonary embolism, or a stroke, or a cerebral stroke, or an occlusion that leads to myocardial infarction. So you don't want that, right? So you want to take nattokinase every day to be able to break up those clots quickly, all right? Now, nattokinase also helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So that means that you're reducing the chances of plaque formation. Really important. So stack this together and you get a dual benefit. You're helping with your heart and you're helping with your bone health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more on any order, you get a free gift until supplies last.
So among those rallying alongside U.S.-listed shares of Chinese companies, and this comes after President Trump said China tariffs will drop if the two countries can reach a deal. Investors also kind of breathing a sigh of relief after the president seemed to back off threats to fire the head of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. Tesla shares, can't mention that enough, rising after Elon Musk pledged to retreat significantly from his government work to concentrate on the company. Tesla, even though the results weren't anything to write home about, Tesla shares of 8.3% right now. Consumer discretionary, best performing group in the S&P 500. You have right now 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They are higher. Best performing stock in the S&P 500, Connecticut-based Amphenol Corporation. This is a maker of electrical components. That is up 11.6%. You also have Air Brake, Westinghouse Air Brake Technology, the locomotive manufacturer, lifting the top end of its adjusted earnings per share forecast for the full year. The big stuff for locomotives. And George Westinghouse, don't get me started on this, he has fewer patents than Thomas Edison, one of his contemporaries, because George Westinghouse let his workers take the credit for the work he did. Thomas Edison wanted the credit for everything.
Okay.
So anyway,
two ways to play the game.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business. They also have radio stations too.
Yeah, Westinghouse.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yep, part of CBS Radio back in the day. Now part of Odyssey.
Yeah.
All right, very good, John Tucker. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Isabel Lee, Paul Sweeney, Alex Steele's out today. She'll be back on Friday. That's right, headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal right here. Treasury Secretary Bessent speaking to reporters in Washington. According to Mr. Bessent, no unilateral offer from Trump to cut China tariffs. So just, again, another headline. We're just kind of bringing them to you as they come. But the question is, to what extent will the U.S. and China sit down and talk about the tariffs here? So we will keep all the reporting in front of you. Markets are moving, as John Tucker mentioned. Let's see what the professionals are doing. I mean, you can get whipsawing around here. I don't care who you are. Shelby McFadden joins us, investment analyst for Motley Fool Asset Management, located down in Arlington, Virginia. Shelby, how are you guys kind of day-to-day dealing with the volatility of this market? Again, we've got a VIX that's come in today, but still up near 30. How do you guys deal with the volatility?
At this point, we've really just buckled ourselves in. That sort of overhead harness that you pull down when you're on a roller coaster. Yeah. That's been our tool of choice. And it's mainly because the swings that we've seen in the market, they're usually the up and down swing tend to be about the same magnitude, down 900, up 1,000 the next day, or within 36 to 48 hours. And the other thing too is that the swings have been pretty broad, right? We're not seeing any major changes in sort of like relative valuations up until today with, consumer discretionary outperforming. It tends to just be a really big sort of congealed swing in the market, which doesn't leave too much room for the sort of relative valuation opportunity. So we are watching the headlines a little bit more closely, not because we want to trade on them, but we're trying to be able to see where the dust is going to settle. And so I think today what we're seeing in the market is a reaction to the prospect that the dust will be settling soon. And I don't really expect there to be too much of an overreaction to Secretary Bessent's sort of follow-up headline. So yeah, I think as active investors, we have sat tight so that we can really get a better lay of the land and waited for the real opportunity to show up and not necessarily just move at every, sort of down opportunity, really trying to stay disciplined with what we believe to be fair value.
Sitting tight seems to be the consensus these days, but how are you allocating your funds? Have you shifted anything recently, cut something to overweight, or boosted something to overweight?
Yeah, that's a great question. In terms of allocation, what we have looked at is, I would say in terms of at the top, we've taken a look at what is our cyclical exposure. So whether that's going to be industrials or consumer cyclical, that was one of the first things that we had to look at really after inauguration. So at election, we pretty much had to sit down and said, okay, what are the main sort of like tax policies that we think are going to be the most impactful? But right now, it's more so been, okay, what is going to be the most sensitive to any sort of slowdown? Because we've been back and forth, right, on whether or not we're going to be able to hold on to this soft landing that was so, they worked so hard for, or is it going to sort of fall through our fingers? So allocation has been a lot more focused on, okay, the company's doing very.
All right, so the S&P 500 is starting to have problems at the 5,400 level. It may go below.
Tariff talk has created a level of uncertainty in here, which has sapped corporate confidence. We've seen companies pull back on some of their CapEx guidance and so on, and some of their earnings guidance. It's even impacted consumer confidence. We see that in the survey data, like the University of Michigan data. Yet a name on your list is American Express. That seems to be a play on the consumer. How do you think about American Express in this world?
Well, there's a couple things I really like about American Express. The first is they are in that sort of premium part of the spectrum. So it's a little bit stickier in terms of being able to maintain those revenues, being able to maintain that spend. So they're just, on the higher end of the credit spectrum. The second thing is more recent, and it came from their most recent earnings call, where management has basically said, hey, we're not going to be just full stop cutting our allocation of spend to things like product refreshes and reinvesting in the business just to pad earnings, right? They're going to continue to try and serve the customer and serve the business for the long term at a time when management of different companies, and rightfully so, are a lot more cautious. So it's not to say that they are sort of in the wild, wild west and thinking that they're completely insulated from any sort of macro issue, but also saying we've got the balance sheet, we've got the financial health to keep investing in this business, and we're going to do so. And as active managers, that's something that we really like to see, is a commitment to continuing to make the business better and serve customers up into a point where you say, okay, now we need to go ahead and pull things back, but not doing so prematurely is what keeps me excited about that business.
What about TransUnion? That's another company that you like. We know that definitely Americans are relying more and more on credit when it comes to consumer spending.
Absolutely. And so there's another dual-sided story to TransUnion as well. So one is, again, the increasing reliance on credit and debt, and also the need for identity verification goes along with that as well. And that is something that one of their peers actually did a lot more of, which is sort of what made the valuation a bit more attractive for TransUnion. Whether or not that sort of federal identity valuation market sort of starts to shrink is something that could very well serve TransUnion's valuation in the future. But the fact is they've been pretty robust up against this environment where we're not quite sure how consumers are going to behave. But increasingly, people are using more credit, not just because they need to stretch out the financing, but because of the rewards. So if you're looking at a situation where in the past, maybe you'd use credit because you had to, but now the younger generations are getting into credit early. They're using multiple different cards for multiple different purposes, right. And that's going to require a credit check every time, and TransUnion does it most affordably.
Shelby, thank you so much for joining us. Shelby McFadden, investment analyst of Motley Fool Asset Management, joining us from Arlington, Virginia. Markets coming off of their highs of the day, perhaps in response to a comment just crossing the Bloomberg terminal that Treasury Secretary Bessent says, no unilateral offer from Trump to cut China tariffs, taking some of the wind out of the sails of the market. Let's get some details. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, he's down there in Washington, D.C. Mike, it's back and forth. Whoever gets the last comment, whoever gets the last tweet seems to be moving these markets. Where do you think things are underneath as it relates to tariff discussions and strategy?
Well, if I were going to be completely honest, Paul, I would tell you I have no idea, because I don't think anybody in the administration has a clear idea of what the actual policy or status of things is. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, just got finished speaking at the Institute for International Finance. He talked a little bit about China and the idea that there is a long way to go there, but we can make progress. And he said afterwards, as you just mentioned, that there's no timeline for this. It could take 2 or 3 years to come up with a trade deal, which is not the impression that the president left last night. However, the president has just spoken over at the White House to some reporters, And he said that China and the European Union have been ripping us off, and we're going to get a fair deal. So it does seem that there's not exactly the progress on China that the markets had thought. The question is, what progress is there with other countries? The vice president, J.D. Vance, is out just a few moments ago saying that there are a number of deals that are close. Scott Bessent said maybe with India. The markets probably would like to see one of these predictions come true.
Based on your reporting, can you shed more light on Secretary Bessent's thinking when it comes to the firing or potential firing of Powell? Trump obviously said he had no intentions, but still, this made headlines for days.
And it's still making some headlines. Scott Bessent, to reporters just a few minutes ago over at the IIF meeting, saying that he's not a lawyer. He doesn't exactly know what the president meant. It might have been that he's just referring to the end of Powell's term in May of 2026. And he said he would not want to comment on whether the president's statement last night is definitive, that there will be no effort to remove Powell before his term ends. So now that that's clear as mud, we're kind of back in close to the same space, except the president isn't threatening Powell as of this moment.
So, Mike, down in Washington, D.C., at the IMF, what are folks thinking about here? I mean, how are they kind of viewing this? Are they just like the rest of us? We're just kind of going day by day?
That is almost exactly the reaction you get from government officials, from finance officials, and from people who are just in the streets here. Everybody is shrugging their shoulders, saying they're exhausted and they don't know what to make of it all. It's very frustrating for people who are used to Washington moving at a very slow pace. In this case, Donald Trump is moving at a very fast pace, but is he going anywhere? That's the question, and it is got a lot of people confused. The IMF and World Bank meetings have brought together a lot of people from around the world, and the general consensus is we've got to figure something out here, because it doesn't look like the White House is going to be with us on just about anything. And yesterday, Kristalina Georgieva said, my advice to everybody who's coming to town is make sure that you individually are okay, because the rest of the world can't count on the United States at this point.
Yep. All right. Very good. Michael McKee, thank you so much. Michael McKee is International Economics and Policy Correspondent for Bloomberg News. He's down in our Washington, D.C. bureau, again, at the IMF meetings, the World Bank meetings. Mike is reporting from there, giving us the latest here. Again, the S&P up about 109 points. That's 2%. It was up over 3% earlier. The NASDAQ's up 3%. It was up 4% earlier. So peeling off a little bit of the gains here this morning on perhaps some comments from Treasury Secretary Bessent, who maybe put a little bit of cold water about some of the China tariff negotiations. So that's kind of the story of the day here. Where are we with tariff policy? And that seems to be shifting pretty frequently, so it is a fluid situation, and that's reflected.
All right, we'll go to a different video, maybe Times Radio or maybe Fox News, but please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this dual-purpose product that I have. It's a deodorant that will help to detoxify your body. It's for males and females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. Again, it's for males and females. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. It'll help to detoxify your body. You use it every day, and you'll get healthy. Now, why is this such a special deodorant bar? It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It's all natural. You're not going to get a better deodorant bar. There's nowhere else that you can get a better deodorant bar than this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get it in citrus or peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Use discount 5 to get $5 off any order. And if you purchase $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these very high quality, dual purpose deodorant bars for males and females. I also have structural nano silver soaps, very high quality. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, lemongrass, in peppermint, or also in lavender. So please go to my store, get a few bars for your household, help support my work, and help support your health. Use discount 5, get $5 off. If you purchase $150 or more on my store for an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go to live now, then talking about federal student loans in default will be sent for collection, wages garnished.
Stop using ChatGPT like everyone else and do this instead. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI, tomorrow morning, we're starting the
funeral vibe as well uninterrupted. We are going to continue covering the nation's top stories here stateside. A live look at the White House. Student loans were in the headlines today because starting next month, the Education Department says student loans that are in default will be referred for collection. The Associated Press saying roughly 5.3 million borrowers are in default on their federal student loans, and soon they could be subject to having their wages garnished. Dr. Sean Patel is the CEO and founder of Prep Expert, which is a college admissions and test preparation company. As always, Sean, good to see you. Thanks for coming on. There's so many facets to this that I think a lot of viewers are going to find fascinating. So let's start with what's top of mind for most people. People hear the garnishing wages angle to this, and they might be wondering how that's going to work. Well, here's what the Education Department says. They say that they will begin involuntary collection through the Treasury Department's offset program. It means borrowers who have student loans in default will receive communication from federal student aid officials in the upcoming weeks with information about their options. Involuntary collection, let's just put this in plain English, it means the government can garnish wages, intercept tax refunds, and seize portions of Social Security checks and other benefit payments to go toward paying back the loan. So Sean, is this the first you've heard of such an idea, garnishing wages to pay back student loans? Is this a new one?
You know, it's been in practice for a long time by the Department of Education. It was put on a pause for quite a while since 2020, since the pandemic, really since the first Trump administration. You know, and I don't think it's abnormal, especially for something like student loans. Unlike car payment, car loans or house loans where they can repossess your house or car, you can't repossess a college degree, as Linda McMahon put out in her editorial in the Wall Street Journal. And so they have to go through more drastic measures, such as wage garnishment, such as IRS refund, tax refund, seizures, as well as potentially other financial penalties in order to get student loan borrowers to pay these student loans back.
So millions of people are directly impacted by this. How can people figure out if they are one of those millions of people?
Yeah, it should. You know, I would look out. They said they're going to start on May 5th. So look out for an email regarding your student loan status. Now, if you're not sure, you should be able to go straight to studentaid.gov and determine whether your federal student loan is currently in default status. If so, it doesn't mean that your wage is going to be immediately garnished. The White House has specified that they will give you a few options and try to work within your budget to come up with an income-driven repayment plan that fits within your budget, but still allows you to pay these student loans back over time.
So you work with students on college admission. What advice do you have for students who are applying for schools right now? How do you factor the cost of college into a student's application process?
Yeah, great question. You know, I think that selecting a college is now a financial decision, more so than it ever has been. And that's because the cost of college is at an all-time high. You know, private universities cost about $200,000 on average to attend. Public universities, 100,000 student loans at 1.7 trillion. And so what you need to look at is the net cost of attending college, not the sticker price, but your cost after scholarships, after grants, after work study programs, and try to attend a college that is affordable, not necessarily the most prestigious. And actually, student loans should be the last option you use in order to pay for college, rather than the first option that many parents and students often look to.
Do you find that the cost of college is one of the biggest burdens that students deal with during that school application process?
You know, I don't think people...
It's not my fault, I'm telling you. Hello?
fucking broken GETTR.
I don't think people give it enough thought. Honestly, I still think people put too much prestige on the brand name of schools and universities, and that's not really what's important anymore. The college education has been somewhat commoditized because online classes are freely available. It's more about getting the college degree in the first place. It's still a very valuable asset. Average college degree compared to a high school degree, you get $1 million in additional earnings over the course of your lifetime. In addition, the unemployment rate is about half, so it's still very, very valuable, but you have to look at it as a financial decision on where to go to college and how much it's going to cost you.
Do you unfortunately find that you see and meet people, maybe you work with clients who want to take out a loan?
It's not just the school. It's heavily predicated on the degree. All right? There are people that are going to Harvard that are getting humanities degrees and are having problems getting jobs. But if you focus on, let's say, something that's engineering that's at a lower tiered school, and you're going to get employed and you're going to make a lot of money. So it's not just the school and the cost. It's also focus on the marketability of the degree that's really important. And STEM degrees are really important in today's society.
Degree that may not necessarily be the easiest to pay back given the degree that they're going for?
Absolutely, and that's why we use tools such as College Scorecard that's freely available to determine, whether the degree that you are going to earn is going to be able to repay those, student loans or your cost of education back over time. Generally, if you're going into something like STEM rather than liberal arts, although some liberal arts degrees can certainly do it, you're going to be more favorable in terms of being able to pay those student loans back. And that's why I really liked Linda McMahon's editorial, where she called out colleges and universities for selling certain degrees and certain programs to students with the promise that they'll be able to afford these colleges and universities with huge sticker prices. And that's really not the reality. For all degrees are not made the same, to your point.
Walk us through the last 5 years of student debt news. The system has been a little more forgiving in that time, correct?
Yeah, so over the past 5 years, first Trump administration pauses student loan repayments, then the Biden administration, extends the pause on student loans. Then they, take some drastic measures during the Biden administration to forgive a significant number of loans. And, many people will say that was politically motivated to get the young vote. Supreme Court shuts down many of those student loan forgiveness programs, although some did go through. And so there's just been so much confusion. And hopefully with this new, administration, there'll be a lot more clarity on who owes student loans and why they need to pay them back. And, at the end of the day, loans are not forgiven and just go away. They ultimately get transferred to someone else if you don't pay your student loan back to the federal government. And that someone else generally is the taxpayer. And so taxpayers should want this policy to go in place where the borrowers who actually went to go get these degrees need to pay those student loans back.
So we asked our viewers to send in their questions. As we know, there are so many people out there that are impacted by this. We have Sarah sending this in. She asks, do you expect federal loan forgiveness programs to be scaled back or eliminated? What's the temperature we're feeling right now from the Trump administration?
Yeah, I don't think that they will be completely eliminated. There will still be certain degrees and promises that were made by previous administrations that will be withheld. But I do think a significant scale back on total student loan forgiveness. As I said earlier, I believe that this particular White House administration believes that student loan forgiveness is not really something that goes away. It just gets transferred to additional taxpayers. And this is ultimately part of the White House's broader strategy to reduce the federal debt. And so in order to do that, we are going to need those payments back on the student loans.
So one more quick question that we got in here, and what we did is we asked folks to send in even questions that were specific to their own unique circumstances, because we know a lot of people out there have their own unique questions about this, but if one person has the question, maybe multiple people do too. We just got this one in. Josh in Chicago saying, I'm on a SAVE plan. My student loans were previously deferred and were recently automatically placed in forbearance for 1 year. Will these recent events change my payment plan before 1 year comes?
Yeah. I'm speculating here. Yeah, I'm speculating here because we haven't gotten full clarity from the White House. However, they have stated that this is specifically affecting borrowers who are in default. So if you're in forbearance, technically you would not be in default at this point. So I believe that you will be contacted at that 1 year period where you may be at risk of delinquency or default in order to come up with a repayment plan that works for you. But at this point, it's probably not something you're going to receive an email about on May 5th.
Yeah, and we do appreciate your time here tonight. This is a complex one, and as you mentioned, there's still not a whole lot of clarity on some of the nitty-gritty things here. Dr. Sean Patel is the CEO and founder of Prep Expert. It's also probably not too crazy to say that if folks have questions about their specific situation, reach out to the person that gave them their loan, whether it's a bank, whether it's the federal government, because these things do depend sometimes state by state, person by person, whether it's a private loan, whether it's a government loan. There's so many variables that can factor into these things. So again, Sean, nice talking to you. We'll see you soon.
Always a pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lozenges and the drops that I have. They're made from structural nano silver. The drops are smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in blueberry for the drops, in cherry, and in honey and lemon. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few bags for your household. Mitigate that irritation in your throat right away. During the cold season or during the allergy season. The allergy season has already started in the United States. You want to mitigate that right away. Now you can also get the lozenges, and the lozenges are a little larger. There's 21 in each bag, and you can get it in elderberry zinc. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few bags for your household and for work. You never know when you need them. Trust me, once you have that irritation, you want to mitigate it right away. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Another great product that I have is the structural nano silver toothpaste. This has no fluoride in it. It whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, helps with the health of your gum line, reduces inflammation at the gum line, and with good oral hygiene, it's going to help not just with your teeth, but also with your vascular system and your heart valves. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Improve your oral hygiene. Get this toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you can buy. You can't buy anything better than this. Get a few tubes for your household. Use it every day and really improve that oral hygiene. It has the structural nano silver in this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Let's go back to Times Radio.
I've spoken to a few MPs this week, and they don't even think that it's possible that it's true. I mean, it's been reported that this is one of the proposals that the US has been put forward, but they can't even get their head around the fact that it might actually be true that they would recognize Crimea, just because of the absolutely devastating consequences that would have for just the international rules-based order,
Listening to that was Chris York, who is the news operations editor at the Kyiv Independent. Good morning.
Morning.
How is this going down in Ukraine? I mean, the news that this meeting in London now looks like it will be downgraded to official level, where it would have been Rubio, Witkoff and David Lammy attending. How will that be perceived, do you think?
I mean, it's just another incredibly frustrating part of this whole process. I mean, put yourself in Ukrainian shoes. This is literally the future of their country at stake. And if you look at Witkoff especially, he's taken the time to meet Vladimir Putin 3 times, and now, we learned overnight that he's not even going to take the time to meet America's own allies in London. So yeah, it's incredibly frustrating to watch it play out from here.
And there have been a number of attacks in recent days in Ukraine, which the suggestion is that they are now being targeted directly at civilians, those Russian attacks. How accurate is that? How different does it feel there to the way that it's felt over previous weeks and months?
So in Kyiv, before this, the partial ceasefires came into effect, we were getting hit by drones like every single night. And there was a slight reduction of that when this energy infrastructure ceasefire sort of came into force, although how effective it was is still up for debate. But overnight, and the reason why I've got quite big bags under my eyes, as the alarms were ringing again overnight, there was some more drone attacks coming. Odessa, the night before last, got hit really, really hard. But then, Russia was still attacking civilian targets during these so-called ceasefires as well. We saw what happened in Brighteon and in Sumy. It was the deadliest attack this year. So, it's impossible to say to any kind of level of certainty that Russia's likely can pull back on attacks on civilians at all.
Are these civilian attacks a deliberate ploy by Russia, do you think? Is it to sort of weaken Ukrainian resolve? Is that what you think is going on here?
Well, if it is, it's been ineffective because we've been putting up with this for years now. But it's basically terrorism. These drones that they send over, like the big missile attacks, cost Russia millions of pounds because these cruise and ballistic missiles cost loads of money. But these drones that they send over constantly are really, really cheap. Even if they don't hit anything, if you're in one of the major cities, you get woken up by the alarms and then the air defenses kind of taking them down. And it's just basically a form of terrorism that, is probably aimed at wearing down the civilian population. But I don't think it's been effective. No one in Kyiv is wanting to give up because of drone attacks.
Finally, Chris, there is a lot of talk today in the papers over here about the potential for Ukraine to be asked to hand over Crimea, hand over other territory to Russia, that America would accept that it was now Russian territory and that Ukraine would not be allowed to join NATO. Most people think that Ukraine would never accept any of those terms. Is there any possibility that any of that would ever be acceptable?
The Crimea point is the real sticking issue. I've spoken to a few MPs this week, and they don't even think that it's possible that it's true. It's been reported that this is one of the proposals that the US has been put forward, but they can't even get their head around the fact that it might actually be true that they would recognize Crimea just because of the absolutely devastating consequences that would have for just the international rules-based order. It would reward Russia for aggression. It would counteract over a decade of US policy on Crimea. And one MP that I spoke to compared it to Munich in 1938 in terms of how consequential it would be and the sort of precedent that it would set for other countries which might have some authoritarian tendencies. But I think, your previous guest, Ms. Pfeiffer, mentioned this as well, but I think the really important thing to mention here that needs to be concentrated on is that Ukraine on March the 11th agreed to a full 30-day ceasefire, and Russia has refused. And absolutely everything that they have said since and that are saying now is just noise and distraction. And unfortunately, the Trump administration seems to be swallowing it whole.
Chris, thank you very much for joining us. That is Chris York there, the news operations editor at the Kyiv Independent.
Catherine Philp is the Times World Affairs editor. Morning, Catherine.
Good morning.
I feel like I'm going a bit mad here because ultimately, all the things that are being discussed as potential deals, clearly, manifestly, at least one, maybe two of the parties would never ever agree to it. So I don't know what we're doing here.
Well, this is in part the nature of peace deals, and it tends to be why they are usually staged and you don't go for all of the outcomes immediately. Okay, so that's why there was originally that suggestion of the 30-day ceasefire that both the US and Ukraine endorsed and that Russia balked at and tried to change the terms of and limit it just to attacks on infrastructure, which it then approach. Anyway, this is what it appears from this plan we are hearing about that Vladimir Putin has endorsed, is that he wants to go for the whole solution in one, which is a freezing along the front line, which is, you know, something that we've talked about a lot as being a potential outcome, but along the line, you know, after other things have happened, after the guns have possibly fallen silent. I mean, I think that some of the suggestions of your American guest just there were fairly extraordinary, that we somehow shoehorn in a European reassurance force without any backing from the US. I mean, that's been ruled out by Europe already. There are certain things that have to be agreed on by both sides to work. And you're right, we're simply too far apart at the moment. And again, this is why, in general, you would try and take these issues a few at a time and not try and achieve all of it in one go.
And your reaction, Catherine, to this, what's happened overnight? There's going to be a big summit in London about peace. And what's happened is Rubio said he won't come, Witkoff said he won't come, and Lamy has said overnight now he's not even going to chair it. That's presumably a pretty strong visual metaphor for the problems we've got here.
Yes, I agree. And again, I thought there was a rather sunny version just then about Rubio certainly not coming. I mean, the fact is Lamy has been put in an impossible situation. This is literally just diplomatic protocol, that if your counterpart suddenly cancels at the last minute, you can't just show up. You know, it's too much of a slap in the face, and it becomes pointless anyway. Witkoff clearly is the one you need in the room. But again, Witkoff has never met the Europeans. He's always been meeting with the Russians, not even the Ukrainians. There's been this bizarre split negotiation where Keith Kellogg has been, assigned to a sort of sidelined process by the Europeans and the Ukrainians. So it was at first seen as progress that the Europeans had even kind of got themselves on the map in this discussion, only for Witkoff and Rubio to pull out. I think it is a bad sign, and I think it's reflective of what Rubio warned a week ago, that Trump could just walk away. Now, that could be a negotiating tactic. It could also be a sign of Trump's frustration. The idea that it's leverage over Putin, well, we just haven't seen much of that from Trump. We haven't seen him actually exercising much leverage over Putin. There's been the odd threat over these oil sanctions. But, if you consider the larger geopolitics of what Trump thinks he's trying to achieve here, one of which is being referred to as a reverse Kissinger, or reverse Nixon, of trying to separate out China from Russia. He's not going to then, put equal punishment on Russia, China, and India. When he's separate out those countries from one another and stop those alliances from developing any further.
Yeah.
So
it's such a good point. Yeah, it's such a good point. Maybe he's playing 4D chess, maybe he's not. Is also the thing that always nags at our mind. Catherine, great speech as ever. That's Catherine Phil, the Times World Affairs editor.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel, either in the tube form or in the quick dispenser form. You use it in the same way. You can put it on your hands or on your skin as a daily skincare. You can use it if you're not feeling well or you're around someone that's not feeling well at work or at home or in school. Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Really important. If you have a cut, an abrasion, a minor burn, put it on that lesion and it will help to heal it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this dual-purpose structural nanosilver gel to help with your skin and also to help to neutralize if you're around people or if you are not feeling well. Now, it can be also used as a aftershave. So if you shave your face, apply it on your face, and it'll help to soothe that razor burn. Individuals that are shaving their legs, put it on your legs, and it'll soothe the razor burn. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use the structural nanosilver gel. You can use it daily as a skincare. But be prepared. Make sure you have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more on my store, you'll get a free gift until supplies last. All righty. Balance of power should be coming on soon here.
To get a glimpse of Pope Francis's coffin and pay their respects. Alex Leonard's of Atlanta is one of many Americans who felt compelled to be there.
It's such a surreal place, and it's very holy, and seeing the body and just remembering everything that he stood for is very important.
3 days of mourning have started. The funeral is Saturday. Hamas has released a propaganda video of an Israeli it's held hostage since the attack on Israel a year and a half ago. CBS's Linda Gradstein.
Omri Miran was kidnapped from his home in Kibbutz Nahal Oz in front of his wife and their 2 young children 18 months ago. In a statement, his family said that on the eve of Holocaust Remembrance Day, when Israelis say never again, an Israeli citizen cries out for help from Hamas's tunnels.
All right.
It is
What I want to do is I want to shift over to CNN. Jake Tapper complaining about Trump, I think about the 60 Minutes executive resigning here.
The executive producer of CBS News 60 Minutes, Bill Owens, resigned today. Now, normally that would probably not be news that we would bring you, except the circumstances rise to the level of, well, alarm. Owen said in a letter to his staff that, quote, over the past months, it has become clear that I would not be allowed to run the show as I have always run it, to make independent decisions based on what was right for 60 Minutes, right for the audience, unquote. And the context here is key, because President Trump has been suing CBS News and its parent company, Paramount Global, for $20 billion for what the president calls, quote, unlawful and illegal behavior, unquote, though his accusations, according to legal experts, do not withstand scrutiny. This is what happened. Last fall, 60 Minutes interviewed Vice President Harris. President Trump declined the show's offer to sit down with them for an interview. During the Harris interview, 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker asked the then sitting vice president why Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was not apparently listening to the Biden administration. Now, a preview of her answer ran in a preview clip on CBS's Face the Nation on Sunday morning.
The work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
The next day, however, 60 Minutes ran this answer when it ran the actual edited interview.
We're not going to stop pursuing what is necessary for the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need for this war to end.
Now, CBS News explained the discrepancy, saying that they merely ran 2 different parts from the same longer answer, and under pressure they revealed their transcript.
Wait a minute. Everyone has seen the unedited version, or many people have seen the unedited version and the edited version. And in many areas, CBS truncated her answers because they were nonsensical. So they were trying to convince the voter that Harris actually had a brain. And obviously she doesn't, or a very small one. That's what the issue here is. It wasn't some advertising clip. They had to edit most of the video, most of that recording, because of the nonsensical answers that she had. But here, CNN lying again.
Yeah, as frankly happens all the time, including with President Trump's taped interviews. For instance, just for instance, in June of 2024, this ran on Fox.
See what they're trying to do? They're trying to just say this is an advertising issue, not that they were really trying to hide her stupidity. Do they really edit Trump's videos? No, he gives so much fodder during the interview that they don't even have to edit it. All they have to do is just play it. This, I'll tell you, this is crazy.
Declassify the Epstein files.
Yeah, I would. Definitive, firm, yes, I would. But, as Semaphore noted at the time, the full, unedited version featured Trump sounding far less definitive.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
The president alleges that editing the 60 Minutes interview and running two different answers to the same question helped Vice President Harris and amounted to electoral fraud. In reality, this is just editorial discretion. Editors do it all the time with recorded interviews, including all the time with take interviews and Donald Trump.
This is where Jack Taper gets it totally wrong. They had to edit so much of that CBS interview with Harris because of her answers were just it was hard to understand what she was saying. It was so obvious. It's not just one area. It was many areas throughout that interview. Unbelievable. But of course, CNN,
by Fox all the time. And legal experts, left, right, and center, say that this lawsuit in a court would certainly fail spectacularly. But Paramount Global, which owns CBS News, is currently trying to merge with Skydance Media. And in order to do so, they need the approval of the Trump administration, specifically the FCC. And under the FCC's brand new Trump-supporting commissioner, Brendan Carr, it has been suggested that Trump's news distortion allegations against 60 Minutes will be considered by the FCC before any merger is approved. Now, Sherry Redstone is the majority owner of Paramount, and she stands to make a fortune if this multi-billion-dollar deal, this merger goes through. And it seems as if Sherry Redstone is likely to bend the knee to Trump and settle this allegedly frivolous lawsuit. Now, Bill Owens, until today the head of 60 Minutes, rightly believes that 60 Minutes has nothing to apologize for. And that's what's going on. That's the context. One 60 Minutes source tells me, quote, the lawsuit was baseless. He wouldn't apologize, meaning Bill. Bill Owens wouldn't bend. He fought for the broadcast and for independent journalism, and that cost him his job. It's shameful, unquote. A second 60 Minutes source tells me, quote, Bill has widespread support at 60. He's dedicated his life to CBS and the broadcast. And this was his last act of dedication to it. It's like a guy who has been battling for months against an attack, unable to defend the broadcast from inappropriate corporate influence. He pulls the pin from his last grenade. He sacrificed himself, hoping it might make our corporate overlords wake up and realize they risk destroying what makes 60 Minutes great. It seems clear now, in a quest to sell the company, Sherry Redstone and others will bow to presidential pressure. 60 Minutes is one of the crown jewels of American broadcast journalism, and they have no problem crushing it in their race to make a deal and make themselves richer, unquote. Sherry Redstone had no comment when we reached out. President Trump, of course, has been trying to kneecap anyone providing oversight over his administration. He literally started his administration by firing a whole bunch of inspectors general. He is currently ignoring judges and courts. He and his MAGA forces intimidate the legislative branch from uttering even a peep of criticism.
Can Jake Tapper say anything positive? Just one positive thing about Trump? I know he's from Dartmouth, so it might be hard for him. But really, Jake, don't be a fucking liberal so much.
Going after universities, and this war against the fourth estate journalists is of this piece. Owens is not without his critics, of course, but this is not about one man or even about one show. It's about an attempt to be rid of criticism. The Pentagon has taken the offices of CNN and NBC and the New York Times and Politico and reassigned them to outlets that provide more flattering coverage, like Breitbart. The White House is doing the same with wire services. It's war.
Maybe it's because CNN demonized Trump all through his first term, demonized him when he was running for president the first time, demonized him while he was running for president the second time, demonized him when he was running for president for the third time. And they're demonizing him while he is running the administration for his second term. There's nothing positive that comes out of CNN's mouth, ever. And they're just digging their own grave.
The Associated Press, and bringing in folks like this one from last Friday.
The photos have emerged of the thing we hear over and over and over again is, why do I need a deodorant for private parts? I can just take a shower. So we put Mando to the test and compared it to it.
The photos have emerged of Senator Van Hollen sipping what appears to be margaritas with Abreu Garcia down in El Salvador. Do you encourage other Democrats to fly down to El Salvador to meet with this illegal alien who's an accused wife beater?
I like this guy. See, now this is the kind of reporter we like. There aren't enough of them.
That person, of course, that was asking that question was asking about a lie. Senator Chris Van Hollen says that those margaritas were never touched. They were set up on the table by somebody working for the president of El Salvador to make a joke of this senator's meeting. Those margarita glasses were propaganda, and that's what that person asked about. And of course, that's the kind of reporter that the president likes, because that question was not the question of a reporter. And that is the context of Sherry Redstone's likely bending of the knee. Hope the money's worth it, Sherry.
Joining us now for more perspective is Brian Steinberg, Senior TV Editor for Variety. You have done some excellent reporting on what is happening over at 60 Minutes. And I'm curious what you make of some of the reporting you talked about, where Bill Owens said that he would not be allowed to run the show as he has always run it, or make independent decisions based on what was right for 60 Minutes. He is not mincing words.
No, this show's had a long tradition. It's been on the air for, almost 6 decades of being an island in CBS News. CBS News ran a long way. 60 Minutes was governed by the executive producer of 60 Minutes. I think in recent weeks and months, with parent company Paramount being under so much pressure from a Trump lawsuit, FCC inquiry, and its efforts to be sold to Skydance Media, executives have had, less patience for independent action right now.
You have reported on how this has had the ripple effect and what's happening inside 60 Minutes. What are you learning from those who have been correspondents and members of 60 Minutes for decades? One of the best shows on television, one of the highest rated shows, news shows on television.
That is correct. Look, I spoke to Leslie Stahl yesterday in a story that would be posted on Variety. She spoke to us on the record directly about her concerns about the show and where it's going. She's devastated by Bill Owens' decision to exit. She hopes that his exit will serve as some sort of warning to Paramount and CBS about the value of the program. This is arguably one of the jewels of journalism, American journalism. It's won many different type of awards. It has opened investigations, and it is seen as A-list property. And I think staffers internally are concerned that too much meddling may undermine the show.
I mean, look, Trump did hit them, CBS News and his parent company, Paramount Global, with a $10 billion lawsuit over that 60 Minutes interview that most of the country saw with former Vice President Kamala Harris, claiming that it was misedited by CBS. Do you have a sense of sort of where that stands and how much that's playing into all of this?
Well, as it says, they've hired a mediator. The two sides have not been able to come to any kind of terms in court. CBS tried to have it thrown out of court. It's been filed down in Texas, and they're trying to maybe change venues or have it thrown out. That hasn't budged the matter so far. So I do think that there's kind of a clash of wills going on. At the same time, Paramount as a corporation, like most media companies, is under more pressure than ever. In the streaming era, economics are not as easy as they once were. I think they'd be eager to get this deal done with Skydance, which pledged to buy them. And Sherry Redstone, who's got personal fortune at stake, may have different pressures on her than the people at 60 Minutes do.
Yeah, and look, 60 Minutes is still seen as the standard bearer, the big J journalism that people really enjoy. on Sundays. Brian Steinberg, thank you so much. Thank you for your great reporting and for coming on the show this morning.
Problem is that these very prestigious news magazines and shows like 60 Minutes ended up being hijacked by a bunch of liberals, and they hate Trump. They absolutely hate Trump. There's nothing that Trump can do that will make them say something positive. There's the problem. And they try to swing the election in a certain way. They pumped up Harris. She's brain dead. I'm not sure which one was more brain dead, Harris or Biden. And not just that, they were lying about the actual polling. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's been a long day. The-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements I offer. All right. Let's talk about the first pillar of the core protocol. The first pillar is taking max 35, max 14, or cleanse to boost up your immune system. All right. The second pillar is C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up that immune system, and boomer boost to rev up your metabolism and increase your energy levels. So with the first pillar, max 14 or max 35, this is 14 parts per million, this is 35 parts per million, and cleanse is 30 parts per million. Right? They're all at different price points with different parts per million to get it in line with your affordability. But take a teaspoon a day. All right? Take a teaspoon a day on any of these products. Swish in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and swallow. What that's going to do is going to improve your oral cavity, improve your oral pharynx, maintain that mucosal barrier and that improvement of your epithelial lining. When you do that, you're boosting up your immune system. Really important. All right? Take a teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. Gargle, swallow, and then once you start feeling better, go back to your maintenance dose. But take it every day, teaspoon a day, or like I said, if you're not feeling well, tablespoon or two. You can get it in the max 35, max 14, or cleanse, which is 30 parts per million. All right? Take it every day, really important. It's part of the core protocol. It's the first pillar. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the products. All right. Let's see what the lawmaker, after visiting detained Tufts student, has to say on Fox Live. Fox.
She has described as unsanitary and overcrowded, despite having suffered multiple asthma attacks while in custody, despite being very far from her loved ones. But when we met, she also conveyed her sense of fear when she was abducted off the streets of her neighborhood by masked agents and with no explanation, not knowing who had grabbed her or where they were taking her, and each step of this ordeal, from Massachusetts to New Hampshire, to Vermont, to Atlanta, and then to this remote part of Louisiana. Her repeated requests to contact her lawyer were denied. What has happened to Romesa Osterk is a violation of basic rights and a national disgrace. Romesa Osterk is a Tufts University graduate student, a writer, and a member of the Somerville community who was here legally on a student visa. By all accounts, Ms. Osterk is a respected member of the Tufts and Somerville communities. Her professors have given her glowing reviews, describing her as, quote, compassionate, service-minded, and principled. She was peacefully walking to a university.
Whatever. Don't really care. All right, let's go to CNN about the Harvard lawsuit against Trump administration.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over
More than 100 college and university leaders have issued a joint letter condemning the Trump administration's efforts to dictate policies at their private institutions. The letter reads in part, "We speak with one voice against the unprecedented government overreach and political interference now endangering American higher education." Among the people who have signed on is the president of Harvard. The nation's oldest university is at the center of an escalating fight with the White House. And in the latest twist, Harvard is now filing a lawsuit over the freeze of federal funds, which came after the Ivy League school refused to submit to a slew of demands by the Trump administration. Among those demands, that Harvard give the administration access to all university reports on anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim bias on campus generated since October 2023. Also, that the school eliminate DEI programs, make hiring changes, and reform its admissions process. Here's the education secretary in response to Harvard's new lawsuit.
It was a letter that was intended to have both parties sit down again and continue their negotiations. That's what I sincerely hope will happen. But Harvard has now filed a lawsuit. The government will counter. I think we're on very solid grounds that the negotiations that we are having with Harvard and the reason that these funds have been frozen is because of a civil rights issue and not a freedom of speech issue.
And joining us now is Ryan Enos. He is a professor at Harvard and a member of Harvard's chapter of the American Association of University Professors, which is separately suing the Trump administration. Thank you, Professor, for being with us. You hear Secretary McMahon there trying to say it is Harvard that is escalating this with a lawsuit, that this letter was just part of a negotiation, the letter of demands, to be clear. What's your reaction to that?
I think it's an absolutely ridiculous thing to say, and I'm sure that most other people see that as well. Harvard is not escalating anything by simply defending its constitutional rights. That's like would be saying if the government comes in and shuts down a newspaper for saying things they don't like, or tries to shut down a law firm, which incidentally is what the Trump administration has been trying to do, that when that newspaper or that law firm or that university pushes back and says we have a constitutional right to speech, that is escalation. That's completely against American traditions and American values. When the government attacks people, if they fight back, that is not an escalation of something. It's simply defending your own rights.
She's saying this is a civil rights issue over how Jewish students have been treated. It's not a free speech issue. What's your response to that claim?
Similarly, the administration, the Trump administration, is making claims about things that in many ways violate common sense as a pretext in order to attack what they consider to be their political enemies. Donald Trump does not care about anti-Semitism, and I don't think any reasonable person would believe he does. He has people in his inner circle that give Nazi salutes. He's dying with white supremacists. And they have said over and over again that there's an issue of anti-Semitism, acute anti-Semitism on Harvard's campus in a way that demands some kind of civil rights intervention. But the acute anti-Semitism does not exist on Harvard's campus. To the extent that there might be anti-Semitism, just like any other bigotry that might exist at Harvard, like it would exist anywhere, that's something that Harvard could take steps to redress, but it is not something that requires the cancellation of things like cancer, funding for cancer research or research on Alzheimer's disease or all the other things that Donald Trump has tried to attack for political purposes.
Lou Gehrig's disease, the list goes on, and we'll talk a little bit about what some of those cuts mean in a moment. I do want to ask you, though, and let's put aside that this is a president who is historically selective about which anti-Semitism he condemns, because obviously that doesn't mean universities should be. But the Anti-Defamation League, which I know has expressed concern about potential overreach by the administration, says anti-Semitic incidents hit a record high last year in their annual audit that's out today, and that it was fueled in part by campus protests. They have Massachusetts as number 4 nationally for anti-Semitic incidents. They have Boston and Cambridge as the hot spots in Massachusetts. And I know that you told my colleague Jessica Dean this weekend that Harvard has done enough to protect Jewish students on campus. Obviously, you're open to them doing more, but I wonder what you think they should be doing, if this deserves further action.
So,
stop letting handover be a headache. With Kahua's asset-centric approach, you gather accurate asset data as you build.
So I believe that any type of bigotry deserves action. And I want to make that crystal clear. But I would challenge the Anti-Defamation League or anybody else to make very clear as well that they can separate constitutional rights, especially ones that come to protesting government action, like students protesting the United States support for Israel and this war on Gaza, from anti-Semitism. And if we start conflating those two things, then we are in very dangerous ground, because people in the United States have an absolute right to protest government action, and that does not make something anti-Semitic. And if you look at what the Anti-Defamation League has claimed, most of those incidents that they claim are incidences of people protesting a war. And that is clearly not anti-Semitism. And in fact, is something that we should welcome in this country, because we believe in dissent on college campuses or anywhere else.
Yeah, I do want to note, I think they tried to be very careful about not conflating those. But I want to ask you a little bit more about this fight. Because in the case of Harvard, you have, as you mentioned, all of this research money. So much of it, I think more than 10% of Harvard's research money, a lot of it has to do with diseases, looking for things to save lives, but it's also computer science, law, engineering, all kinds of things that are very important. And it's not just Harvard, right? When you look at other universities that don't necessarily have the stature, the endowment, the alumni network, I wonder what you think the effect is as this plays out, which could take years, could go to the Supreme Court. What do you think, Professor, the effect of this fight on higher education in America is going to be here in the near term and in the next few years?
Well, look, if the United States government brings to the full brunt of its power against institutions like American universities, then of course it can be very, very damaging. And I think that's something we need to understand, because American universities are one of the great engines of the economy in the United States. They're spread across communities across the United States. They provide so many jobs. They provide a ripple effect out into the type of innovation and technology they provide that provides further jobs. And when those things come under attack, it can really, really limit what the beneficial effects that those universities have on their communities and on the larger United States. And right now, we're fortunate in some ways that the Trump administration has been targeting their attacks to a limited number of universities like Harvard and Columbia and other places, but that is not their intention. Their intention is to chill dissent generally at these universities. And if they pull back government funding from universities more generally, then that could have a devastating effect on the beneficial things that these campuses do, that these universities do across the country.
Yeah, this is a fight with Harvard, but it goes much more broadly. Professor Ryan Enos, thanks for being with us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Other American companies, because it has a very onshore, vertically integrated supply chain. It basically said that this isn't good for us, and our opinion on it is this. And that was an important moment. It was an indirect message to this administration. I think that's a fair interpretation.
Tell me about the man, and before I ask you about some other stuff that I wanted to talk to you about, much has been said about Elon Musk's lifestyle. There have been a lot of questions about the stress levels he's been under. He talked about how difficult it's been trying to do all of this. There have been questions about his sobriety. There have been questions about, my gosh, this piece about all the kids and the mothers that he's dealing with. Is he well?
Elon Musk has the lifestyle of someone that is atypical for the everyday person. He is on and off the world's richest person. I think that's an understatement. Look, I know a lot of people that have worked for and with Elon Musk across all of his companies for a really long time. He is a micromanager. He likes to make decisions. He likes to be told, tell me why I am wrong. He spends a lot of time on private jets, working off of his cell phone. But the story has been, has he been too focused on Doge and been operating in Mar-a-Lago and DC too much relative to Tesla's facilities? But he's also credited with some of the biggest technological breakthroughs that humankind's seen in the domain of energy, EVs, rocketry. And I think that this whole debate was about that. Like, he's good at that stuff. So if he focused more on it, then there might be progress in those fields. And it's also important to reflect that lots of times Elon Musk makes bold predictions and timelines that he gets the timing wrong, but he does often get there in the end with a product or whatever.
Right. Fascinating story. As we got our hooks into Ed Ludlow, I need to ask you about Intel. It's an important headline.
Yeah.
Plans this week to cut over 20% of its staff. I'm sitting in Washington, you're in San Francisco, so the question I'm supposed to ask you is, did the Biden administration pick the wrong company?
Yeah, you'd think that Intel would be the national champion, right? It is both a designer of semiconductor products and a manufacturer of them, a domestic manufacturer. And Intel's been very frustrated with the CHIPS Act because the money has not really been forthcoming. The intended impact of it's not yet happened. What we're reporting is that they're cutting 20%, but it's not just about bloat. It's about kind of getting focused on technology. There are lots of middle managers at Intel that are involved in making decisions that mean good decisions don't happen. And Intel is trying to find a way to kind of get back to their heritage, which is being the leader in the field of semiconductor manufacturing at the cutting edge of technology. What they want to do is very much in line with the Trump administration wants to do with onshoring manufacturing. And so I'm so curious to hear when they report numbers. Has anyone from the administration phoned them, or if they phone the administration? That would be a big piece of news.
Absolutely fascinating. And more broadly, when you consider the semiconductor space, Ed, how would you describe this industry right now? Obviously, we're in flux. We're dealing with export controls.
Yes.
We've seen an enormous amount of damage here to NVIDIA shares, for instance, over the past couple of weeks, despite a great meeting between Jensen Huang and Donald Trump. But we're drawing a line around Taiwan here and trying to figure out how quickly they can pull this off.
It's the $100 billion question. We don't have enough time for me to answer it in full. But basically, there are American chip companies that all design chips that are right now in vogue. We're talking about GPUs or accelerators that go into data centers to train AI models. Intel's fallen behind in that space. NVIDIA largely has a monopoly. The key point about a company like NVIDIA is it's what's called a fabless chip company. It designs the chips, someone else makes them, as you just said, TSMC. The supply chain, therefore, has the critical part, the manufacturing of the chip, in Taiwan. That is not China, but of course, in the context of renegotiating the world order for trade, it's an important factor. China is also a critically important end market for all of these names, be they smartphone chip makers, be they in the data center business. And what they want to find out is, if I make a chip somewhere in the world outside the United States, is there a business for me in China? And we don't have an answer to that yet. I saw the headlines from Bessent today. It doesn't answer the question of what happens next in that sector specifically.
It sure doesn't. So we got to keep talking about it. Ed Ludlow, a journalist and a broadcaster, peaking right now. Ed, come on more often and talk to us. He co-hosts Bloomberg Technology. He does have a full-time job, but we'll try to pull him into this conversation as often as we can. Really interesting stuff. This is, again, the intersection, once again, of Wall Street, Washington, and in the case of Ed Ludlow, San Francisco, the technology sector. You can't pull one leg out of the stool. Ed, thank you. We'll assemble our panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzado on the way in.
Rick Davis. What a clown. Please go to my store. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You know, sometimes the people that they have on Bloomberg, especially on Balance of Power, are just pure idiots. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help with gene expression so you can build muscle and maintain muscle and help with your mitochondria. You need lots of ATP to maintain muscle. Once you turn age 40, males or females, you start to lose muscle mass. It's really important to maintain and build muscle for your later years. Extremely important. So take Myotrol and do some weight training. This will help to express the genes you need to build muscle. It has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans to help with that process. This stacks really well with Gladiator Barley and with Boomer Boost. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Another great product that you could stack here with Myotrol to help with your brain and for your muscles is Clarity Factor, okay? Now, Clarity Factor is a supplement that you should be taking every day to help you get rid of that brain fog, to allow for your neurons to be firing. That means you're going to be consolidating memory. Your memory will improve because this helps to support the memory. Your neurons are going to be firing, so you're going to be thinking faster. And you'll be able to concentrate more on tasks, either at work or in school, or even if you're retired. It'll help you to focus, all right? Get rid of that brain fog. Drink it with filtered water. Make sure that you also do a holistic approach to your lifestyle. Proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, learn new things, spirituality or meditation. It's really important to get your body into parasympathetic. And by doing that holistic approach with the proper supplementation, you're going to improve your health, especially your brain health. So please go to my store, take the Clarity Factor. All right, and that will remove that brain fog, and it'll help with your memory, and your neurons will be firing more. And when your neurons are firing more and you're learning new things and you're getting better blood flow by working out and you're eating properly and you're drinking filtered water, what's going to happen is your overall health is going to improve, right? And you're going to have that positive neuroplasticity. You're going to have more neurons connecting, and you'll be able to think faster. And your memory will improve. Really important. So please go to my store, get the Clarity Factor, take it every day. This is for people that are younger, all the way into your geriatric years. You should be taking this every day. And stack it with Myotrol, a great way where you're targeting your muscles with Myotrol, and you're targeting your brain with Clarity Factor. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, get $5 off, and if you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, Bloomberg is taking forever to go to get out of the commercial, so let me go to live now here.
We oppose these companies making money on disappearing immigrants. As someone who's visited several detention centers throughout my time in Congress, I can tell you that this visit is not about optics. It is about accountability. It is about transparency. It is about affirming that no one
blah, 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 blah. All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
Tweets jubilation that President Trump is dialing down his combative agenda is being dealt a reality check after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent cast doubts on a timely resolution to the U.S.-China trade war. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index up by 1.95%, have been higher by as much as 3.4%. Right now, the S&P up 102 points at 53.90. The Dow up 563, up 1.4%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 465, up by 2.9%. The 10-year yield, 4.36%, with a 2-year 3.83%. Spot gold is retreating by $82 the ounce to $32.98, down 2.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.1%, $62.35 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 2.6%, 93,540 on Bitcoin. News about the economy and new home sales advanced in March, even as the overall economic outlook dimmed. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Bitchute.
Dipping mortgage rates fueled a 7.4% increase in sales of single-family homes. The median sales price also dipped. The Commerce Department data showed the South led the gain in new home sales. The Midwest also improved. Last month's strong showing could be tough to beat the months ahead. A report from research firm S&P Global says overall American business activity expanded this month at the slowest pace since 2023. Benito, Chile, Bloomberg Radio.
And among home builders, they're all higher. Toll Brothers up 1.7%. Lennar shares, they're up 1.2%. KB Home up by 0.7%. Ed Ludlow just talking about Tesla. After earnings, Tesla shares up by 6.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here's Joe Mann.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us as we talk politics here in Washington. We'll have a lot more on the markets, by the way, coming up top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, our conversation with Alonzo Munoz, Chief Investment Officer at Hamilton Capital Partners, as this market again takes a deep breath here. Another cleansing breath as the White House changes course on a couple of pretty significant issues. We're talking tariffs and we're talking about the Fed chair. The tariffs, even at this time yesterday, people were feeling better after Scott Bessent suggested the standoff couldn't last. Unsustainable, must de-escalate. President Trump added to that quite a bit, suggesting that tariffs could be significantly lower, specifically on China, as talks continue. And then the matter of Jay Powell came up, and reporters are in the Oval Office. He was there actually to swear in the chair of the SEC. You know where the conversation was going to go after Donald Trump threatened to fire the Fed chair a couple days in a row. Not sounding so much like that now. Listen to the president.
No, I have no intention of firing him. I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates. This is a perfect time to lower interest rates. If he doesn't, is it the end? No, it's not. But it would be good timing. She could have taken place earlier. But no, I have no intention to fire him.
Why? Did you hear something? It was only 48 hours earlier. Actually, 24 hours earlier. Donald Trump posted on Truth Social. There could be a slowing of the economy, he wrote. Unless Mr. Too Late, a major loser, lowers interest rates now. He went on to write, Powell has always been too late, except when it came to the election period, when he lowered in order to help sleepy Joe Biden, later Kamala, get elected. How did that work out? Remember, he said he could not be terminated soon enough. And now there's a whole round of reporting about how Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick walked this one into the Oval Office and pulled the president back from his desire to fire the chair of the Fed, the very man he appointed. And so we're traveling in reverse here when it comes to the messaging and moving higher on Wall Street with our panel in place. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us right now. Jeannie is, of course, Democratic analyst and political science professor at Iona University. Rick, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. So, Jeannie, the headline today is never mind.
That's right. And Joe, I'm trying to be positive on a Wednesday, so I'm going to say there's good news here. Number one is that for the first time, we are seeing that the Trump administration, in at least Trump 2.0, is responding to the markets. So that is a good thing. And it shows really, to your point, how hungry the market is for some good news, even if it's just little tidbits like this. On the negative side, the reality is we are in a situation where the markets are hoping, number one, that Donald Trump doesn't pursue his policies, and number two, that he doesn't mean what he says. So when he says, would be great to get rid of Jerome Powell, all of these things, they're praying that he doesn't mean it. So that's a situation we're in, and that is not a very good place for a country to find itself. But it is a little bit of bright light from what's been a pretty tough month for the markets.
Yeah. Well, boy, I guess that's for sure. Rick, these are all market-moving comments, whether it's the president or the Treasury Secretary that we're hearing from. Earlier today, Scott Bessent said, yes, America first, but that does not mean America alone. Is that the difference in the messaging here that's soothing the market?
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing is Trump's reaction not to the market, but to his advisors and to the corporations that came in on Monday, Walmart, and a few others talking about empty shelves and because we've seen the markets gyrate wildly in the 100 days.
I literally think one of the dumbest people that are on this show is Rick Davis. This guy is a fucking idiot.
Listens, and so I think that a lot of this isolationism discussion has been a little overwrought. I think Secretary Bessent's effort to try and rationalize it a little bit was probably a good investment of time today, during the IMF meetings, World Bank meetings, because we are active with multilateral institutions. We're negotiating with the European Union. We're not isolating European countries one by one, which you could have imagined would happen. Trump has, formulated efforts to try and be supportive of these lending institutions that Bessent's speaking to. So the reality is, and there are all kinds of engagements around the world around, negotiations with the Iranians on nuclear weapons, negotiations with the Russians and the Ukrainians on stopping the war. Look, I mean, it isn't what you would expect out of a Republican president, but in this case, it is more than you would have expected from Donald Trump, the isolations.
Pretty amazing stuff here. Jeannie, what's your thought? Do we have Target to thank then or Scott Bessent? Because Rick is right. Walmart, Target, Home Depot, sitting in the Oval Office saying not only are prices going to go up, but you're going to see empty shelves if you continue. That's the imagery that changed Donald Trump's mind, isn't it?
Well, I can't read what changed his mind. He did have those.
I think consumerism in the United States is way overblown and that we need to kind of get back to basics. I mean, we have lots of hoarders out there, lots of people that are consuming way more than they need to consume. They're not really paying attention to their health or their finances for their future. And they'll spend for things that they don't really need, right? So we can back off on in the consumption and the optionality of particular products. And it's not really going to hurt us. Do you really need a new iPhone every freaking year or every 2 years? No. So don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
But this is no way to run the global economy or the U.S. economy on these kinds of wins. And, for everybody who feels confident that his attacks on Powell are, a thing of the past.
You got to remember,
seems to flip.
Iona, she's a professor, and she's Center for Study of the Presidency in Congress, and she's a Bloomberg contributor. But you would think with that historical knowledge that if you don't have a manufacturing base, if you don't have shipyards, how do you conduct a war when you need to? Jeannie?
President Xi, no, we're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice, and we'll see what happens. But ultimately, they have to make a deal because otherwise, they're not going to be able to deal in the United States. So we want them involved.
Okay, so we're not going to play hardball, Rick Davis. What is the message there to President Xi? We're going to be very nice. Is that the way to set up a meeting?
Yeah, first of all, 145% tariff is hardball. I don't know. That may be a dictionary definition of hardball. It is an embargo against Chinese goods into the United States, once our largest trading partner. So whether or not you're calling them names is one thing, but when you shut off trade to a country like China that is solely dependent upon it for their economy, it's playing hardball. So it's confusing because we have so many connecting priorities. everything from military and issues related to Taiwan.
Literally, I don't know if you can see this in the video, but he has 2 chairs, leather chairs, probably expensive leather chairs. Don't know why, because he's an idiot. He must be charging an exuberant fee to manage your portfolio. His dog is so bored that it's sleeping in the background.
For business when it comes to negotiating a trade deal with China that's different than the current one. The question I have is, what's China thinking? Because they got to be sitting there in Beijing going, what the heck is going on here? You know, one minute he's waiting for our call, we don't call. She goes around and starts meeting with the Vietnamese and other friends and allies of the United States, and all of a sudden Donald Trump's tune changes. So, look, I'm glad it's where it is. And, you know, partly concerned like he is about what the future brings, because if we're running hot first, cold second, hot first, cold second, I mean, like, it's a new definition of good cop, bad cop, because you're the same person.
I think there's a word for that. Well, I'll tell you what, if it takes 2 years, like Scott Bessent said, or 3 to come to an important trade deal with China, we do know one lawmaker who will not be here for it. Pretty important news today, Jeannie. The senator from Illinois is leaving the building. This is Dick Durbin from social media a short time ago.
The decision of whether to run for re-election has not been easy. I truly love the job of being United States Senator, but in my heart, I know it's time to pass the torch. So I'm announcing today that I will not be seeking re-election at the end of my term. The people of Illinois have honored me with this responsibility longer than anyone elected to the Senate in our state's history. I'm truly grateful.
All right. Look, maybe not surprised. We've been waiting on this one, but we're talking about the second-ranking Democrat in the United States Senate, Jeannie, a lion, the Democratic Party. Does this say more about Dick Durbin's age or the state of politics in Washington?
Both.
You know, 44 years is a long time for any of us to be in one job. He's the 5th senator over 65 to retire this term. As you mentioned, not a surprise. I do think it speaks to this recognition we've been seeing on the Democratic side and the Republican side, but the Democratic side, that you do need to make sure you bring up the people who are coming behind you. And there's a lot of good Democrats in the Illinois contingent, you know, on the Democratic side who have expressed interest in running if he was to step aside, including a very popular lieutenant governor. So I do think he knew it was time. I gotta say, Joe, I love the music behind that video. But, you know, he got served, you know, very admirably. And I think he sort of paves a way of saying, I'm gonna go while I am in a good position and leaving behind a seat that can be filled by Democrats, they hope.
Rick, we've only got about a minute left. You worked with and around Dick Durbin in the United States Senate in your time with Senator John McCain. This state's Democrat, right? This isn't a threat to the seat count for Democrats in the Senate.
You know, they're going to have to spend money. Some of their candidates, Rahm Emanuel, others are lining up.
I mean, that dog in the background is dead on that chair. Just dead. Feed your dog, Rick.
Say likely a bad year for Republicans, so I would think the seat probably stays the same. But Durbin was a class act, worked well with John McCain and other Republicans, was bipartisan, and yet knew how to throw a punch.
Well, that's right. We've always enjoyed our conversations with him here on Balance of Power. I hope we'll have more opportunities as we take through the next couple of months. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano will be back in our second hour with a lot more to talk about here live from Washington. We've got our eyes on Wall Street as well, and we'll update.
A lot more nonsense. Let's go to commercial. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades, all right? For the people that don't know, all right, I've been taking antioxidants since I was 16 years old. Why? Because most people wouldn't care, right? Well, when I was younger, I saw a lot of people on my mother's side of the family dying from heart disease.
I was at a remember Borders bookstore for the ones that live in the United States. We used to have a bookstore called Borders, and I was there and I accidentally found a book that was in the health section. And it was about improving your health through antioxidants. All right, so I started taking this supplementation at a young age, and carried that through into my adulthood. And over time, different supplements became available, and I started improving on what I would do, all right, with my personal stack. And it was, at the very beginning, it was pretty simple, multivitamins and higher doses of vitamin E and vitamin A, and but antioxidants, all right, it was like really focused on the antioxidant thing. As time went on, now you're talking about the mid 80s, all right. Now, as time went on into the 90s and 2000s, right, better supplementation and how to stack, and research coming out for aging, how does the body age, what's really going on, understanding more of the proteomics and the epigenetics of aging. Supplements ended up improving, and what to take and how to stack them. And that's the big takeaway that we have now in the 2020s. And that is stacking, taking the right supplementation. It's not just antioxidants, it's multivitamins, and it's also amino acids, and all these different ways to improve your health. So you have these anti-agers now that are out there that are in their 40s, in their 50s, even in their 60s, all right? And they are sharing to the public through different means, publications or YouTube videos or whatever, but they're sharing, these anti-agers are sharing what they do and how it's improved their life and their biometrics, their data on their blood, or their different data off of their body over time, and you're seeing that they are aging slower. A big data point is methylation of DNA. When you're younger, you have a different type of methylation. When you're older, you have a different profile, all right? But these anti-agers that have been doing these stackings and changing their lifestyle and approaching this holistically are showing a youthful gene expression, not a pure age gene expression. So there is data that's out there that's showing that this stuff is working. Not just that, just anecdotally, how they feel, but visually, what people see in them, they look younger. They have better hairline, their skin's better, they have more energy, they have better muscle mass, all this stuff, right? Better mental clarity. But it's a holistic approach, okay? So I've been doing this since I was 16 years old, right? Back in the mid 80s, all right? And been trying to improve it and learning on how to stack it better, taking the science that's coming out of, the aging science realm, understanding how the human body works, all right? Understanding the medical science of this, and how to improve it, all right? So it's been multiple decades since the mid 80s that I've been doing this, all right? Lots of new stuff has come online, in the marketplace on how to improve. And you can learn a lot about some of this research that's happening out there, but also learn a lot from people that have been doing this for multiple decades, all right? Take my advice. This stuff works, but you have to be consistent, and it's a holistic approach. It's not any one thing. It's not like take a supplement and everything's going to be okay, or just exercise and everything's okay. It's a holistic approach. It's a lifestyle change, but you can improve your health. And in a strange way, you're getting back to the way your body used to be. We used to move around a lot more in a hunting and gathering society. But modern society, we're lazy. We don't move around as much. We're not as consistent. And that changes our health. Our diet is radically different. On top of the whole food industry is putting stuff in our food that's really unhealthy for us. So you got to look at this from a holistic perspective. All right, so let me talk about resveratrol. All right, so I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It's one of those supplements that early on I started taking. Right, but resveratrol is very important to soak up free radicals. It's an antioxidant. It's going to help with mitochondrial health, so you're going to have more ATP. That means energy for your cells. When you start to get older, you have less ATP because your mitochondria doesn't function as well. Well, if you boost the health of the mitochondria and you soak up those free radicals that are causing stress in your cells, your body's going to perform better. So taking resveratrol is going to help with that. In addition, resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression. And it helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Cells that start to divide, their telomere lengths start to shrink. And as you get older, you have more cell divisions. And eventually your cells get to a point where it can't divide anymore. So the cell either dies, goes into apoptosis, or just sits there. That's senescence. Well, if it sits there, then in certain types of tissue that can be regenerated, if it just sits there, it's just going to collect garbage, lipofuscin, and create stress. And eventually your tissues will age and build up these senescent cells, and you have more and more lipofuscin. Well, you want to get rid of those cells. Now, in some tissue, you can't because there's not a regenerative function. Like your heart cells don't regenerate. You don't regenerate new myocytes, right? But there's other tissues in your body that do regenerate. So taking resveratrol is going to help with that. It's going to help get rid of those cells that are in senescence, have them go into apoptosis. You're getting rid of the garbage that's been built up over the years in these cells, and it will create a feedback that activates adult stem cells within that tissue. Some tissues don't have adult stem cells, but many do. And when it does regenerate, you're having a longer telomere length cell. So if you do this over a long period of time, your actual cell telomere length is longer on average in those tissues that have been regenerated. That's how this works. So one of the biometrics for aging is telomere length in biopsies. All right. So if you don't do an anti-aging protocol and you take, let's say, tissue from your liver, all right, biopsy from your liver, and you take a look at it and measure the telomere length, and you're not doing an anti-aging protocol, chances are your liver telomere lengths will be shorter compared to someone that is doing an anti-aging protocol, because the liver regenerates, all right? But if you're not giving the body the nutrients it needs to slow down the aging process, what's going to happen is that there's more stress on the cell, right? And over time, you're going to be building up these senescent cells. And these senescent cells that are sitting in that tissue, even though it's a highly regenerative organ, is going to bring down the average telomere length, which means you're older. Another biometric is the methylation profile, younger versus older. More methylation of shutting down genes leads to age. Well, if you are regenerating new cells from your adult stem cells in the tissue that can regenerate, because not all tissue can regenerate, but in the tissues that can regenerate, then you have longer telomere lengths and a more youthful gene expression because there's less cell divisions off of that new cell. So if you took another biopsy and you are on an anti-aging protocol of, let's say, your liver, it would actually look younger based on telomere length and based on methylation. So it really behooves you to listen to me on this, all right? There's a compound effect when you do this. So take resveratrol. It stacks really well with C60 because C60 is a very potent antioxidant. And this stacks well with ubiquinol and NAD+. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol. Just follow my lead. This is what I do. I've been doing this for a very long time, and the proof is in the pudding, all right? I'm not trying to just sell stuff. I'm telling you what I do. This is what I do, all right? Now, I know that a lot of people can't afford everything that I take. I get that. So I tell you how to stack it affordably to get the max benefit based on your affordability. So just follow my lead and you'll be okay. You'll see huge benefits in your health. Please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Follow my protocol, it works, all right? I've been doing this for a long time. Just pay attention. You're going to be improving your organ systems, improving your immune system, improving your neurological function. You're going to be improving your gut health. There's going to be lots of benefits that compound. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Dan Flatley covering the Treasury for us here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much. And Joe, it is one thing to consider the direction of travel.
Yeah.
It's another thing to consider the speed of travel. As the Treasury Secretary is signaling that a comprehensive deal with China could take literally years, 2 to 3 years, I believe was his suggestion.
Of this term.
Right.
And we haven't seen the 90 deals in 90 days that Peter Navarro has talked about. So there is a question as to whether we're about to see a flurry of deals. Maybe it's a framework, to your point, agreements to keep meeting and negotiating, but that's a far cry from a new world order, an economic world order that we were talking about, moving textiles and button factories back here to the US, screwing iPhones together. We're not hearing talk like that now.
But is talk of just simply de-escalating and continuing talks enough?
They don't even know what they're talking about. Take a look at an iPhone. Where is the screw on your iPhone? The manufacturing process to make an iPhone is very advanced, extremely advanced. It's so advanced where it actually measures. It has a measuring device of the actual Gorilla Glass that they use. It measures the dimensions of the Gorilla Glass because there's slight variation during manufacturing. And it also measures the housing. And it picks up the closest Gorilla Glass to have the best fit for a particular housing. It's not just sequenced, just randomly. The computer picks up the glass and actually inserts it into the best fitting housing. So he doesn't even know how shit's made. And this is the problem with Bloomberg, is they have a lot of people that are coming from Ivy League or Ivy League Plus. Some of them were investment bankers, and most of them don't have an engineering degree. Most of them never made anything, even if they did have an engineering degree, because they transferred right into finance. So even if you have an engineering degree and you never designed anything, do you really know engineering? No. So the point here that I'm making is that you got these experts on here on this fucking show, and they don't know anything. They really honestly don't know anything. Where's the screw on this iPhone? There's a lot of soldering. There's a lot of force fit and fixture fits. This guy's a clown.
A minor de-escalation of things. Not that the tariffs are going away or this trade war isn't going to happen, but that it might not be as severe as priced into this market. On the other hand, you have a lot of folks that are still looking at economic conditions and saying there's trouble out there. We had PMI data this morning that showed business activity continues to decline, consumer confidence data that continues to show consumers not confident in this economy. And there's a great story in the Bloomberg terminal today, Joe, about CEOs and the number of mentions on conference calls of positive comments versus negative comments, and that ratio, as you can imagine, skewing much more to the negative right now. And I just want to make one quick point too. You were talking about, moving manufacturing back and the time it would take to strike a China deal.
Yeah.
We have to remember this isn't the 100-day mark for this administration is like next week. So we're only 3 months into this. And a lot of it isn't even set in stone. So how do these companies and more importantly, how do investors react when, as you point out, Joe, this is going to be a long process, even if deals are indeed struck?
He co-anchors our essential program, The Close, but has become inextricably part of Balance of Power these last couple of weeks. Romaine, it's great to have you. Romaine Bostic, watching Wall Street for us as we have the voice of Alonzo Munoz, Chief Investment Officer, founding partner at Hamilton Capital Partners. Alonzo, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It was all doom and gloom last time you were on with us here when we were talking about reciprocal tariffs, odds of a recession rising. Where are you on this level of optimism today? Are you a buyer on what you're hearing from Washington?
Hey, Joe, it's good to see you. Good to talk to you guys again. So we have a little bit of whiplash. I mean, I think Romaine made some good points earlier that the sentiment is really, really negative, not only at the consumer level, but also at the business owner level and the executive level. So this is an interesting market.
This kid could be my child. I mean, not literally, but I mean, just in terms of chronological age. This kid doesn't. Are you kidding me? You fucking kidding me? Shit. This guy looks like he's like
the next couple of quarters, I think,
in his late 20s.
Investors, and most of our investors are. This is a good opportunity to plant a flag in the sand during this volatility. But a lot of whiplash. I mean, at any moment, this market could turn, and we're watching that very closely.
Well, where do you want to plant said flag then, Alonzo, given all of the volatility, given the uncertainty, given the wide swath of industries that may find themselves vulnerable to whatever tariff regime it is that we...
Alonzo, how did you manage the .com crash, Alonzo? Oh, wait, Alonzo, how did you manage the illiquidity of Lehman, the Lehman crisis? Oh, Alonzo, see my point? So he's going to tell you how this is all going to play out with the restructuring of the New World Order when Alonzo doesn't know anything about Lehman and doesn't know anything about the .com bubble?
Buyer beware, as we've talked about for weeks, that this market can turn very, very quickly. And as we go into next week and look at Mag 7 earnings, I know we got Tesla yesterday, we'll get Google tomorrow. We're all going to be looking forward to seeing how these companies are going to deliver against an economic backdrop.
Hamilton Capital Partners, CIO and founding partner. So he doesn't have that much experience, and then he decided to set up an investment firm, which is very common from people that come from Harvard. I don't know where he's from, but he's too young to even have any experience. But the thing is, it's really simple. Look at the dashboard that I created for you guys, all right? The VIX is at 28.49. That is elevated, all right? It's going down from the high recently in the 50s. It's coming down. And it's not going to stabilize for a while. We want it in the teens, like 16 or something like that. That would be really nice. But it's a little elevated. It's in the high 20s. But with that volatility is opportunity. Don't bet against the United States. Buy into equities. Don't be fearful. Buy in a broad index so you don't have to deal with the idiosyncratic risk. And believe me, just as I know a lot about anti-aging, I know a lot about the financial markets. I know a lot about a lot of things. But the thing is, Alonzo is too fucking young to know how to navigate through this.
At least for now, Alonzo, the concern over whether or not Chairman Powell stays in his job, then it becomes a question of how he and the rest of the FOMC actually decide to do their jobs. If they're still paying heed to inflationary risk and not going to be cutting rates in the face of potential growth and labor market risks, where does that leave us as the president has taken to calling Mr. Powell Mr. Too Late?
Look, it's tough. That's the one job I would not want to have in this world is Jerome Powell's job, because he has to battle that public perception that he has been late in the past. And from a monetary policy, they have made mistakes in the past. So as they look forward, I think they're going to want to be patient. They're going to want to see how this data comes in, and the pressure is mounting. Obviously, the president is very vocal on social media, and he has a right to. But at the same time, Wall Street, and I think in general, has pushed back against the fact that we can't force monetary policy. And we're going to wait and see. I think May 7th is going to be a good indicator of what they're looking at and how they feel. And we get a little bit of data. We get GDP, personal income, personal spending. So the Fed will have some good data going into their meeting in a couple of weeks to lay the groundwork and the blueprint on how they cut rates, hopefully this year.
Hey, Alonzo, if our radio listeners could see you right now sitting in your office on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, they'd see a Cybertruck sitting behind you on the shelf. We got big news from Elon Musk last evening. Is Wall Street better off with Elon in Washington or paying attention to his companies?
Yeah, Joe, I forgot to take that down. So, look, we heard on the earnings call that Elon is going to potentially come back, and that's what investors wanted to hear. I mean, Dan Ives has been, very, very vocal about this, and in some ways, I agree that Elon has to come back and lead Tesla. He has a lot of companies, and I don't know how he has the time in his day to get it all done. But it is likely that, he transitions back to leading his private companies and leading Tesla, and that was welcome news. I thought the earnings call was great. Tesla's had a tough run this first quarter, and hopefully things turn around going into the back half of this year.
All right, Alonzo Munoz, thank you so much for joining us. He's Chief Investment Officer and founding partner at Hamilton Capital Partners, here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio as we digest the news we're getting from the administration, the change in tone, frankly, we're getting not just on Chairman Jerome Powell, but on tariffs too. And of course, you're seeing a rally that is still a rally, even if it's not quite as ferocious as it once was. Joe Matthews, we're up 2.2% right now on the S&P 500.
What do we do without Elon Musk in Washington? He is apparently winding things down. We'll talk to the panel about that. Rick and Jeannie are on the way in next here on Bloomberg.
Lovely. Rick and Jeannie. Lovely. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and don't be an Alonzo. Ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Most people that are taking CoQ10, you're taking the wrong type. It's less bioavailable. You want to get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. All right? Now, what does it do? It soaks up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. So that means it's going to put less stress on your cells. It's going to take that stress out. If you have lots of free radicals, it's causing a lot of stress on your cells and your tissues. So by taking ubiquinol, you're soaking up those free radicals, and you're reducing the stress. But you're also helping the health of your mitochondria, which is really important. And when you're helping the health of your mitochondria, you're going to have more energy. Your metabolism is going to be better. You're going to have more ATP. Now, when you get older, and I'm sure that Alonzo doesn't know this yet because he's too damn young, but when you get older, your energy levels go down. So you have to take supplements to boost up your mitochondrial health. And when you do that, you're actually slowing down the aging process, because one of the pillars of aging is reduced energy, reduced ATP, reduced functioning mitochondria. So if you boost up your mitochondria and you boost up your ATP, you're actually slowing down the aging process. And when you soak up those free radicals, you're slowing down the aging process. Because if you don't, when you look at someone that is young, they can soak up free radicals pretty well because they have a robust system, biochemistry, because we have innate antioxidants like superoxide dismutase, right? But over time, they don't work as well. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Rumble shuts down the feed and I have to reboot it. So the point I'm making is that when you get older, you start to have less energy and you start building up free radicals. You want to soak those up. You want to soak up those free radicals. You want to boost up the health of your mitochondria so you have more energy. Really important for anti-aging. So ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. And what that will do is it's going to soak up free radicals and help with the mitochondrial health, so it's going to boost up your energy levels. But ubiquinol also helps to protect your neurons. That's very important when you get to age 40, because what happens at about 8, when you're in your late 40s, early 50s, you start to really start to have some cognitive decline, all right, relative to your 20s or 30s, all right? In 20s or 30s, you start to have neural decline, but it's not symptomatic. It's not detectable. But once you get to the late 40s or 50s, what happens is that your neuron health is declined to a point where your memory isn't as well. Your consolidation of that memory goes down, and the speed of thinking goes down. But you can reverse that by learning new things, proper exercise, getting good blood flow going, and also the proper supplementation. Now, ubiquinol is one of those supplements that will help to protect those neurons. So when you're protecting your neurons at age 40, all the way into that transition period, into your late 40s, early 50s, and also another transition point takes place at around late 60s, early 70s, when you're protecting your neurons and you're doing the holistic approach that I've been saying, your decline will be less. All right? There's these gate points within your timeline of life where the methylation starts to happen, you age faster, and you have certain things that start to decline. And it goes through that gate, and then all of a sudden there's a rapid decline. If you look at someone that is healthy, right? And then something happens when they're older and then they decline really fast. You can see this especially in geriatric patients with mental decline. They'll reach a certain gate and then they radically decline. They can move around really well. They can, they test well on cognitive function tests, and then all of a sudden it's like a cliff drop off. It's really important to do this holistic approach and have the proper supplementation. Really important. All right. And by reducing the stress, reducing those free radicals, improving the mitochondrial health, when there's less inflammation on the neuron, you have lower probability of having protein misfolding. So when you have lower probability of protein misfolding, that means that you lower the chances of having dementia type diseases. All right. There's a correlation, and maybe even causational, but there is a correlation between inflammation and stress on the neuron and a buildup of misfolded proteins that will lead to dementia. All right. If you reduce that inflammation, if you reduce that stress, and you improve the health of those neurons, you're reducing the chances of those misfolding proteins. So it's really important to pay attention. Take ubiquinol, protect those neurons. Very important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older.
Let's go to Rick Davis, who actually bores his dog to death.
A lot of people focused in on that and realized a lot of those cuts were either done during the Biden administration or that they didn't represent accurately what had been done. Look, the real story of Doge won't be told for a while. We also know that there are lots of lawsuits in federal court to determine whether or not the people who were fired under the Doge fraud, waste, and abuse efforts will actually be able to ultimately be severed. But look, I mean, one thing is clear. They've changed the culture in Washington in a very material way. They showed that an administration that is willing to take some shots can actually do what many, many administrations prior threatened to do, claimed they were going to do, and never did. And that is to actually make a more than cosmetic change on the organization of the federal government. The Department of Education will never be the same. There's a question as to whether USAID ever exists again in as an independent government agency. So there are a lot of examples of impact, and I think at some point there'll probably be books written about the positive and negative impacts of Doge and of this period of time. But there's no question the one thing Doge is going to be mostly remembered by is the cheerleader in chief, Elon Musk, and the impact he left on Washington, D.C. And I'm not sure we have the final chapter of that being written yet.
Well, that's clear, Jeannie. So, okay, the Doge leaves a mark, but is this another example of the White House backing off goals? We've just listed a bunch of them when it comes to tariffs, right? We've seen a bit of a reversal there, a softening tone, suddenly going from firing Jay Powell to I never had any plans to do that. Now the Doge, which was intended to cut $2 trillion, will not have the receipts to prove that. Is this a consistent theme here that we're seeing out of this White House?
Yeah, I think it is. And I think it is probably a good thing politically for the administration that Elon Musk is going to be stepping aside. I mean, we always knew there was an end date to this. He said yesterday it's coming maybe sooner than some people thought. But the reality is that the politics of this have not been good, either for Elon Musk and Tesla and his other operations, or for the White House. Because again, while most people support consistent cutting of the federal government in ways that make sense, streamlining and efficiency and all of those things, we heard from the town hall that Byron Donalds had this week when he was home on break. People are not buying this. When you say Doge, when you say Elon Musk now, what comes to their mind is a chainsaw-wielding billionaire and not the efficient, effective cuts that the administration had hoped for.
What's wrong with a chainsaw-wielding billionaire?
But is it a good thing for Democrats, Jeannie? Because Elon Musk was emerging as the main foil here. It was less about a Donald Trump or referendums on Donald Trump, as we've just seen in special elections just weeks ago, and more about Elon Musk himself. What happens if he kind of disappears from the Washington spotlight? What do Democrats do then?
I think Democrats should focus like a laser beam on the economy, the Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security fight that is coming up, what the administration and Republicans in Congress are going to do about this big reconciliation bill. Elon Musk has been the focus of a lot of Democrats' ire, and some people feel for good reason. But the reality is, and I've long said, their focus should be on the person in charge, and that is not Elon Musk. That is the president. And I mean, let's be fair to Elon Musk. He broke with the president on the president's number one issue, which is tariffs. The president owns what's happening in Washington, not Elon Musk. So I don't think this should hurt Democrats.
Rick, I don't know if Elon Musk gets to keep the chainsaw from CPAC. That will be the enduring image that a lot of Americans have from this moment in time. There you see it on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube. But I wonder if the strategy, because you just listed a couple of things, USAID, that's going to leave a mark, right? Some of the cuts we've seen at various federal agencies, but it brings me to the firing of federal workers. Americans aren't looking at receipts to see if they stack up to $2 trillion. Does the impact, though, of firing thousands upon thousands of workers lead most people in the electorate to think that Elon Musk did what he said he was going to do?
Yeah, I think the optics are pretty clear, and certainly going to be very clear to the sort of MAGA base, which is we finally kept the promise that, we were going to cut up Washington, drain the swamp, and get rid of all these government bureaucrats that were part of the deep state. And he's going to get credit for that, and Donald Trump's going to get credit for having brought him along to do that. But you're right. I mean, we're going to see that chain-wielding maniac on the stage at CPAC. A lot of midterm commercials, and I look forward to the return.
Chainsaw for bureaucracy, Kaylee.
Well, of course, that chainsaw-wielding maniac, if that's how Rick would like to describe him, it also happens to be the CEO of Tesla Motors.
True enough.
And was serving in that capacity last night when the company reported results, and he immediately had to get on the call with analysts, not just to announce this Doge news, but also talk about, Rick, the impact tariffs are having on Tesla's business, both on the energy side and on the automotive side, suggesting that he doesn't necessarily agree with President Trump on this, though he said that it is ultimately a decision for the president. What do you make of that kind of rhetoric publicly on an earnings call coming from someone who is supposed to be one of the closest advisors to Donald Trump?
Well, I think self-interest caught up and overran public interest to Elon Musk in the last couple of weeks. Nobody, I think, has lost more money in the world than Elon, hundreds of billions of dollars off of his net worth, in just since this administration took office. I'm sure there were days he was scratching his head looking at the numbers going, what have I done to myself? You earned it, you lost it, it's all up to you. But look, I mean, he was cautioning about, the tariff program even immediately after Independence Day, Liberation Day, and so you could tell he understood the potential ramifications on his own businesses. And now, frankly, they're calling him home because of that impact. And so whether it's because of his public image and there's fewer car sales, or whether it's because of the impact of some of these tariff regimes on supply, there are a lot of impacts on Elon Musk. And I think he's learned a valuable lesson on participating in the public sector. Sooner or later, the Klieg lights of Washington get right down to what you're all about. And the fact that he's leaving now because of his economics is not going to be the first time somebody in public service has done it, but certainly the highest profile version of that.
Well, Jeannie, I don't know when the final version is going to be written here, but is there a chance that we look back on this, and even Democrats like you say, boy, we were lucky to have Elon Musk in the Oval Office in that period of time, because he's one of the people who pulled Donald Trump back on tariffs?
I don't think we've seen evidence that he pulled Donald Trump back on tariffs. I'm going to give that more to people like Scott Bessent and those CEOs. But to his credit, he did speak out against them. The reality is, when you guys come to one of my classes, I teach a lot of political risk. And Elon Musk took a big risk here. And he's a big gambler. That's why he's been so wildly successful. And for the immediate aftermath of the election, it was paying off big time. Nobody was closer to the president than he was. And he got a lot of money off of that. But now he's seeing the flip side of that, and the price that he is paying are these boycotts and this backlash. We don't know how this story ends, and one of the big questions is, what does this do to Tesla's brand? EV buyers are a lot of people who are not very close to Donald Trump's policies, and so for the creator and the owner and the major spokesperson for Tesla to go and be this close best friend of Donald Trump is something that has had a real impact on his business. So I think we don't know how this story ends either for Tesla or for Elon Musk. But the reality is Washington is under Republican control and the control of this president. We shouldn't have to have his best friend pull him back. He should look at the responsibility of his policies as they go into effect and pull them back on their own.
So Jeannie is promoting status quo. So you keep on shipping your jobs overseas, reduce your economic cluster, and lose your military prowess. That's what she's saying. And she's a professor over at Iona. Lovely. Lovely. Another professor selling the country down the river.
That's coming up next here on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels. That's important. Why? By boosting up your NAD+ levels, you're going to have more energy. Really important, especially when you get older. NAD+ also helps to repair DNA damage, cellular DNA and mitochondrial DNA. So when you get older, you start to build up more damage to your DNA and you need to repair it. We have these repair mechanisms, but as we get older, it gets overloaded and further problems with cells start to take place. You want to repair that the best that you can. Taking this supplement will boost up your NAD+ levels to help repair your DNA. And NAD+ helps to protect your neurons. This stacks really well with resveratrol, C60, ubiquinol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the NAD+, protect those neurons, and repair that DNA damage. Really important, all right? So I've told you a lot of the items that I have on my store, not all of them, but a lot of them, and ways to stack them. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. That's my transmission for today. The market, you know, right now, the VIX index is trading at 28.8, and the S&P 500 is trading below 5,400. It's trading at 5,386. So we'll see what happens. You know, we're only at, you know, at 1:37 p.m. New York time. Anything can happen with the Trump administration, but most likely the market will close higher, you know, compared to yesterday. And we need to hear some more positive news with tariffs, and we're gonna see an additional rally in the equity market. It's important to break. There's a barrier, all right? There's a resistance barrier at above the 5,500. We want to see the equity market trade above 5,500, all right? There's this psychological barrier there. Once we see that and it stabilizes, then it's most likely going to be further rallying. Now, there's a support. Now, if there's bad news in the market, especially with tariffs or something with China comes up, there's going to be a sell-off, and there will be another support level is going to be tested at the 5,150 level. If it holds, you're okay, all right? And it'll bounce between 5,150 to, you know, around 5,450, all right? And it'll bounce around. But if it breaks at 5,150, a very strong support level is 4,810. So don't worry if you see these undulations. We're going to see these undulations, especially if we see VIX in the high 20s and low 30s. It's going to be, you'll have these wild swings in the market, up and down. These are times to buy. Don't be fearful. Don't get shaken out of the market. Just slowly accumulate equity. And over time, you're going to benefit from this. So with that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I have. Stack them the way I tell you to stack them. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.